And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Wardy TV Monday number 4. I'm, of course, host Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and my lovely plushes as well. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to your weekly dose of Wardy TV Monday StarCraft. This is an open tournament! Exclamation mark B in the chat. If you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves, the bracket is live, the bracket is stacked. We will go over the bracket after this initial series as we are jumping into our first best of 3. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing himself, coming teamless. It is Nightmare. Did I say red? Blue is what I wanted to say. And in the top left-hand corner, we have the teal Terran player getting I have to get rid of the turtle, but getting proxied. We have from South Korea, representing Team Hyper 1, Hun Mono. The most honorable of honorables is getting cheesed the hell out. I do have to remove the turtle, but alas, this is our second broadcast of the day. Earlier in the morning, we were, of course, covering the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. It was an intense, a crazy tournament in the end. A shout out to, of course, our champion. A bit of a spoiler, but I do recommend checking out the VODs. It was crazy, it was beautiful, and in the end, Nightmare did come out on top. But now, of course, we are settling into the evening. I wonder if Nightmare had a nap. I did. I had a nap. I went to bed, woke up, and then jumped right back onto the casting couch. We're here, Pappy. We're here. As we do have Honmono opening up with an economic opener, it's going to be a Rax Expand out of Honmono, single gas opener, which is ideal for Nightmare. Meanwhile, the gateways are getting up and running. Zelda is being credited as we speak. We have a Cybercore on the way behind this, alongside gases, but for now, it's going to be the initial Zealots to harass. And again, Honmono has the bare minimum to defend. 1 gas, later factory, 1 Marine to work with, not even a Reaper. Oh boy, this is going to be a tough defense here for Honmono. As Nightmare even throws down the cheddar. The cheese. Throws down the cheese spray, and here we go. We have the first 2 Zealots on the way, 2 more on the way behind this. Oh my god, Nightmare, he's not holding back. Not at all. Bunker is on the way on the high ground, on the low ground, but it's not going to finish. No shot, not with these Zealots rocking up. It's not going to happen. One does chase down the Marine, the other takes down the SCV, delaying the bunker, delaying the CC. Yeah, more SCVs are under threat. And again, the bunker should not finish. No, with 2 Zealots, and soon to be 4. Sorry, 3 Zealots here. We do have 2 more Stalkers behind this. Getting into Stalker production, and Honmono, he's in a lot of trouble. Alas, there's no bunker on the high ground either. Zealots are on top of the deeper. They can target it down. Boys are being pulled. They have to be. They have to be pulled here, but alas, now the Stalker has arrived. Can attack from range. We'll target down the Marines. So there are 3 Marines so far. And we're building up. To cancel on the bunker. Ooh, and soon to be a cancel on the CC. We're getting up to 5 Marines, but now we're up to 2 Stalkers. Yeah, there's the cancel. Command center is denied. Stalkers pushing forward. Ooh, they do take a lot of hits. You have to be very careful. They're quite delicate units. 1 Marine falls. There's 4 Marines left. And we get even more SCVs. 7 SCVs already. 8 SCVs. 9 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. And it looks like the aggression has finally subsided. It looks like finally we have enough Marines to zone this away, but we're still not done. We're down to 3 Marines remaining, and the Stalker count just keeps getting higher and higher. Cyclone will help zone this back. Once again, Cyclone gets a lock on, takes down a Stalker, gets a kill. Not bad. CC now on the way, but behind this, Nightmare, he's expanded. Nightmare, he has already expanded. Oh, my apologies. Also, before I forget, sorry, the game was popping off from the beginning, Pappy, so I do apologize. Predictions are now open. Predictions are late, just because we just jumped right in and there was just chaos from the beginning, so I do apologize. Predictions are now open. Place your bets while you can, as we're still in the midst of the beginning of the series. Here we go. As Cyclone does take down another Stalker, down to 4. More boys being pulled, and it's going to be all or nothing here for Honmono. Last still additional Stalkers on the way. Warp Gate is halfway done. Not like this. T-Ball, that's an old name. T-Ball, I think he played last week. I'm pretty sure he played last week as well, so it's great to see the return of T-Ball. Honestly, I thought he had retired just because Zane was a little bit more active and T-Ball was otherwise preoccupied and otherwise busy, so great to see T-Ball return. The Pakistani Protoss player. Do love to see it. We'll get into it. As for now, we just see Homeowner. He survives. He holds. He survives. He's holding onto the ramp at least, and he's going into delayed CC into his own 1-1-1. Tank production has begun, but honestly, Nightmare, he is free to just saturate from here. Now, he hasn't killed Homeowner, and ideally, this build was designed to kill. I say designed to. Ideally, the build would overwhelm and just snowball out of control, kill all the Marines, and just end the game. Nightmare is, of course, transitioning, though, getting into additional gateways, getting into his robot production as well, fully saturated on 2 bases. But with the arrival of the Cyclone and soon-to-be Tank, I don't really see Nightmare breaking the natural yet. Not anytime soon. Not with this kind of army. I mean, I say that. Adepts, they will help. They can, of course, shade into the main. You can bait out some of the tank shots. Nightmare is going to poke in, and with the Adepts, we'll get eyes on the tank, as well as the low ground setup. Bleeding out a Marine. Nightmare pulling back behind this, getting to his own Twilight Council, working towards Blink. Immortal production has begun. Oh! Oh my god. Nice pick up here by Homeowner. Does end up sniping that Observer. Does at least deny any kind of way into the main, at least if we had rushed into Blink. But as we can see, Nightmare, Twilight Council is still not quite finished, and he's just going into a third. Going to a third base from here, just containing his opponent. Keeping Homeowner on the back foot. And from this point forward, I would imagine Homeowner needs to work towards a 2-base all-in. I don't really see him recovering into a third CC. That would be a wild kind of comeback, just because it takes so long for that to really get underway. Said Homeowner, he just has to build up his Marine count, build up his tank count, and then send it. It's going to be difficult being a little bit supply blocked. Quite heavily supply blocked, actually. There's still no depot all the way now. Just now the depot begins. The depots were delayed. So a rough supply block here for Homeowner. Now is not the time. Yeah, just force a cooldown supply. Just to keep him going. Nightmare getting his third, working towards charge. Interesting that Nightmare just skips Blink entirely, which makes sense. He's obviously being very mineral heavy. He only has 1 gas geyser at the natural, so being very, very stellar heavy here. It's a very cheap army and quite effective, especially if Homeowner were to move out. Shades into the main, gets 1 SCV, gets 2. Not quite 3. At least gets 2. And here we go, Homeowner is now breaking out. And then we pull the boys, because of course we do. I mean, again, this makes the most sense. Homeowner, he cannot macro out of this. He has to go for the all-in. He has to pull the boys. It's all or nothing for Homeowner, and this can still work. But charge has completed, and you can see Nightmare getting ready for a surround. Zealous from behind, and from the front as well. Does target down the Raven. Zealous collapse on the tanks. GG gets called, and Nightmare takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very powerful first game here from Nightmare. Does take the first game, and again a very aggressive fashion, of course, going for the proxy 2 gate. It was quite fortunate that for Nightmare that Homeowner was opening up racks into CC. A very economic opener out of Homeowner did mean that Nightmare's initial proxy, had the best chance for success. Homeowner, he had invested into a faster command center, into a bunker on the low ground as well. Just unfortunately being a little bit too, in a way, greedy. I lightly want to say that just because, it was a more economic, almost standard opener by Homeowner. Just unfortunately no SCV scout, no Reaper scout, limited information. And with that, so we're getting into game number 2. Diving into that second game, we'll see if our Terran player can bounce back and force the ace match, or if it all ends here and now. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss player. He is, who exactly? The Tenacious Total Tussle champion from this morning. Oh my god, Papi. It's him. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the teal Terran player, the South Korean Terran representing Hyper 1. It is Hon Mono. Him is he, buddy. Ah. As the Perp Scout is moving out. I will get rid of the turtle after this game, but you know, we gotta represent the player, right? I mean, aye. As the probe does dip into the main. And Homeowner once again going for an economic opener. Homeowner once again going for the single gas geyser racks into CC. What I will say is that this makes more sense on Alcyone. Winding it back a little bit, another reason why the cheese or the aggression was so successful in game... Oh, that I was not expecting. Why it was so successful in game 1 was because of the rushes by ground. It was Ghost River, of course, a very small map. On Alcyone, it's much larger, and he's going for a one-base all-in. It's gonna be a short series, Papi. Let's go. No gas, so I thought it was gonna be a CC, but no, we go for a delayed second gas into a faster second and third racks instead. It is all or nothing, and the probe sees nothing. Because of the depot, the probe is locked out of the main base. And Homeowner, he's angry, he's upset about getting cheese. He's like, I'm usually the cheeser, Papi. I'm Hon Mono. I don't know how to macro. I just pull the boys. Speaking of, I would not be surprised if he does pull the boys with this as well. Oh boy. Now, back at home, we do have Nightmare just opening up Gate Expand. Nightmare is stuck with limited information. For all Nightmare knows, there could be a CC on the high ground. It is not uncommon for Terran players to wall off and to hide and to make it look like, you know, maybe something a little bit more aggressive than it is, and just go for a CC on the high ground, and then just get into an economic opener. This is where mind games come into play. Is it real aggression or fake? You know, is Homeowner hiding something, or is he just acting like he's hiding something? As the Reaper does move out. Likewise, more Reapers on the way. Boys are being pulled, as we did mention. So again, 3 racks, 1 base all in here by Homeowner. The boys are being pulled, the Reapers are amassing, and the Adept is going to attempt to get control of the Zelnaga, but alas, he cannot. We'll get eyes. There we go, on the SCVs. Now Nightmare knows. Oh, he gets trapped! The SCV, the body blocking. Adept does shade past, thankfully, and Nightmare, he has to give up on the natural. Give him the natural, wall up here on the high ground. Shield battery is on the way. Boys being evacuated. That shield battery is going to be out of range of the overcharge, though, of the Nexus. Second pylon to keep everything powered. Oh, and this is going to be a tough hold here for Nightmare. Reapers have arrived. Stalker under fire. Second Stalker has arrived, but he's coming in for the surround. I think the shield battery is not yet done. Stalker will fall. 1 Stalker left. Yeah, 1 Stalker remaining. Shield battery does complete. Does pull away to it. Takes down a Reaper. Very nice control. Alba gets surrounded, gets locked down. The boys, they lock down the Stalker. Second Stalker falls. There's 1 Stalker left just now popping out. Oh, bit of a rough rally here, trying to get to the shield battery. Does he get there? Up! He does not. 1 second too late. Shield battery finishes after the Stalker goes down. Massive pickoff. There's another Stalker on the way. Adept does race back home. Once again, though, is going to get surrounded. Pylon under fire. 3 Reapers microing their hearts out. So far, getting a lot of probe kills. 4th Reaper has arrived. This time, the Stalker does get to the shield battery. There is going to be an overcharge in a couple of seconds. SCV's being targeted down. 1 Reaper falls. Still on 4 Reapers, though. Just the pylon. Nope. Overcharge has to be popped. Does save the pylon. Whew. Just barely. Backup shield battery on the way. And with the power of 3 Stalkers, I mean, Nightmare, he's holding on. He saves the Stalker, gets up to 3. He saves the mineral line as well. And what's terrifying is that, remember, Nightmare's on 2 bases. Homeowner, he does have a massive Reaper count. He's up to 9 Reapers. But the Stalker count, likewise, is keeping up. One-shotting Reapers. And it looks like Nightmare has held. Nightmare, he has done it. It was a very close defense. Things were looking dire. Stalkers are getting surrounded. Probes are going down. Shield batteries weren't really coming into play, but we just barely held on towards the end. Had the overcharge. Built up to 3 Stalkers. And then the hold was there. Nightmare turning back around. Trying to look down these Reapers. Warp gate is done. No! He looks at the Reapers. GG gets called, and Nightmare will take the series 2-0. Will advance on to the next round. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Nightmare, he attack, he defend. he take the series. Congratulations. In game 1, Nightmare was the cheeser. Game 2, Nightmare was the defender, and he was able to claim the series in the end, was able to advance on. Very well played. Very well done. Congratulations. Congratulations. And with that, Homono is going to bow out of the tournament. I mean, again, Homono was coming in as the underdog, considering, of course, that Nightmare, he is the Tenacious Turtle, and I do need to remove the logos mod, so one moment. There we go, we'll remove the logos mod. Just slipping into some DMs, messaging some players. And with that, we are getting ready for our next series. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Oh, I should also fix up the out of game race. There we go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we have updates. We have updates to go over. Let's go from the top. From the top. Just quickly setting up our next series before or ahead of time. And there we go. From the very top, we have Clem. We have Clem waiting for the winner of Zaun and Uthermal, aka Ubu Thermal. That is going to be a fun PVT. Currently facing off in the first round. Again, Zaun, he returned from the military, what, like 3 weeks ago at this point? We did actually have Zaun's debut, or his comeback, last week in Sparkling Tuna Cup. It was great to host the first event of Zaun's return. And now that return does continue as he's up against Uthermal. I'm sure that's going to be a close series. Scrolling down, we have Solar versus Nihed, or Nihed. Winner goes up against Trap. Trap did get a walkover in the first round. And the potential Solar versus Trap sounds like a banger of a ZVP. Best of luck to those two players. Scrolling down, we have our next series. We have Shin up against Nightmare in another PvZ as well. Currently facing off in the round 16. That is our next series. As of course, Nightmare did advance on. So did Shin, taking down his opponent 2-0. Scrolling down, we have Bjorn. Bjorn takes out Mocha 2-0. Bjorn waiting for the winner of Ryung and Luna C. We have a lot of love here for Luna C in the chat, the Korean Protoss, but Ryung is going to be coming in as the favorite player, and the potential Ryung versus Bjorn looks like a lot of fun. That TVT looks wild, and that could go either way as well. Ryung is known as a TVT sniper, so even though I would say that Bjorn is the stronger, well-rounded player, Ryung can take him down. Meanwhile, scrolling down, we have plenty more to get into. We have the lower half of the bracket. We have Geralt versus Young Yakov. Honestly, I was very close to jumping on that series. I was very torn. I was like, do I want to cast Geralt versus Young Yakov or Honmono versus Nightmare? I was torn between the two of them. I have no regrets. Based on that series, I have no regrets whatsoever. But both of them were leading into some juicy opponents. Our series led into Shin. This series leads into Dark, as Dark is back from a bit of a hiatus. Dark, he was not active last week. He was active the week before, 2 weeks ago, but last week, Dark was nowhere to be found in these online open tournaments, so it's great to see Dark returning for a time, and we'll see for how long, as he's waiting for the winner of Geralt and Young Yakov. Scrolling down, we have Oliveira. Oliveira takes down Pleiades 2-0. I believe that is a Vietnamese player. Oliveira does advance on the face-off against Gumiho in a TVT. That's going to be a spicy one as well. Gumiho, Oliveira, Ryung, they all have amazing TVT, and I wish them the best of luck. Scrolling down, we have Trigger versus Rex, currently mid-series in a PvC as well. Trigger, of course, was popping off last night in Sparkling Tuna Cup. Trigger was our Sparkling Tuna this week as well, so I was also keeping an eye on that series, and I was also very tempted to jump on that as well. Best of luck to Trigger and Rex. Scrolling down, we have Cure waiting for the winner of that. We also have MaxPax getting a walkover in that first round, and MaxPax is waiting for the winner of Creator and T-Bull. Someone mentioned T-Bull's name earlier. Again, T-Bull, he's the Pakistani Protoss. Great to see him return. We saw him come back last week, so he has been back for a little bit at this point, and I do think that he's still trying to regain some of his skill. He's trying to make a comeback here. He used to be a bit of a more stronger force in the region, but did kind of retire for a while. He did take a step back. Now he's returned. Now he has returned, and we'll see how far he can go as well. Best of luck. Best of luck to T-Bull as we're getting into our next game. Getting into our next series, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaimin Gladiators. It is Shin. That is not the logo of Gaimin Gladiators. I'll fix that. Hold on. My bad. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, the turtle himself. It is Nightmare. La Tortuga. And Shin, he's mining through the minerals, and you know what that means? That means we are rushing into the gold. Now, what's been really cool is that we've been casting a lot of Shin recently. Oh, also, before I get into my tirade, as Shin is actually going past the initial gold. He's going for the other. If you're in the chat, okay, it's coming back. If you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series. Honestly, I think it's going to be a close one here. This is a rematch from this morning. Oh boy. This is going to be a rematch for those... Oh. I was just typing a number. For those who are maybe unaware, we actually casted Tenacious Turtles Hustle this morning. That is our own open tournament. It was a pretty similarly prize pooled event like this one, but more than NA time zone. And we featured Nightmare versus Shin, and they went all the way to the ace match. They went all the way to game 3, and in the end, Nightmare took Shin down, and Nightmare advanced on to actually win the entire tournament. So Nightmare is this morning's champion. What about this evening, though? You know, the sun has set, and now the night has risen. Is this where Nightmare pops off as he immediately scouts the initial build? He scouts the gold. He's going for a cannon rush. Forge has been placed. Cannons are going to be on the way, and this is a classic response, a classic Korean response to this opener. If a Korean player like Classic, Nightmare, Hero, they're all really well rehearsed, if they do scout you rushing into this gold, they will cannon rush you. They will cannon rush you, they'll force a cancel, and force a bit of a deviation, they'll force a transition here, and there it is, the expansion is canceled. Nightmare, he doesn't even throw down any cannons. Shin knows he cannot save it, he knows he cannot save and get this base up and running, so he's forced to expand on the low ground, take the third, double expand, very late expansions for Shin. So a very strong start for Nightmare, considering it only cost him 1 pylon. The downside, of course, is that his Nexus was delayed. That is the other downside, though. Bear that in mind, is that Nexus is far later because of the faster Forge, so there is a bit of a give and take, where the Zerg player has delayed natural and delayed third, but the Protoss also has delayed natural as well. As the game is going to settle from here, both players building up. Shin is massing Lings, bearing in mind that Shin is a very aggressive player. The way that the way that Nightmare was able to win the series against Shin this morning was surviving all-ins. To be honest, like, Shin was just going for all-in after all-in, and some of them worked, some of them did not. Nightmare, he was able to really flex his defensive prowess in the last series they played. It was very impressive that Nightmare was able to, again, scout, react, respond, and show a different side of himself. Like, usually Nightmare is the aggressor, but against Shin, I mean, Shin is a different beast. He's a different kind of Zerg out there. Usually, Shin is the one dictating the pace of the game, and Nightmare had to respect that. But now in the rematch, we'll see how Shin changes his approach. He does hide his Lings. Let F2 pull away. Lings about to reveal themselves. To make their way across the map. Likewise, Nightmare also racing back as well, trying to get to the safety of that natural. Lings have arrived, and Nightmare, he's going for a Robo opener. My apologies, it just slipped my mind. There's a Robo before third, into a Bay, into what looks to be Disruptor drops. I say it looks like Disruptor drops. Colossus drops are not completely unheard of, but they're very rare. They're very rare, they're very niche. It should be Disruptors on the way here on the horizon for Nightmare. And it isn't just Disruptor. What's crazy about this build is that he's going for a Twilight Council on 2 bases as well. He's still not expanding, very delayed third, into further tech. You know, let Epson make their way across the map. They cancel the Shade. Nightmare does not commit. The Overlord is being hunted down. Disruptor is on the way. And Shin, he will spot the Twilight Council. He will not spot the Bay. Yeah, the Bay is hidden. This makes it look like a DT opener. And speaking of DTs, yep, Spores are on the way. So Shin is getting ready for Dark Templar. Just because he has incomplete information and he has not seen the Disruptors. Or the Bay, even. So Shin is in the dark. Still has so many links to work with. We'll head towards the third. Nightmare, he does scout. He will respond. Does have 2 Adepts in position. Things they hit the Nexus. Nexus gets surrounded. Nexus is going to be cancelled. Oh my god. Is denied. Yeah, the response here by Nightmare was delayed, actually. These Adepts, they actually took their time getting back home. And in doing so, the 3rd base is even later than normal. Even later than what it was already going to be. Behind this, Shin droning up, saturating on 3 bases, taking his gases, getting to a lair, getting to a Roach Warren. Overlord Scout comes in, does get eyes on the research in Twilight Council, but it looks like he will barely not scout the bay. Disruptors have arrived. Drop is getting ready to move out. And does he spend his first Nova here to defend? I'm loving the Colossus behind this. It's going to work very nicely here against the Lings. And here comes that Disruptor drop. What's interesting as well is that there's no War Prison speed, so there's no clear indication as to what's going on. The Queens are keeping up. Yeah, they zone away the Prism. Disruptors are revealed, Novas go off, and they will get 1 Queen. Just the 1, though. That's a Prism takes hull damage. Now, the downside of rushing into Disruptors like this is that you spend so much of your resources on Disruptors, and they're not the most ideal unit defensively in low numbers, just because once they're on cooldown, I mean, they're kind of dead supply. So Shin is massing up an army. He's getting ready for a push. But that is also why I love the Colossus choice here. Because defensively, I mean, Colossus, they can do very nicely here against Ling Roach Ravager. This I'm not so sure of. Nightmare's moving out. He wants to try and deny the 4th. Meanwhile, Shin is not droning. Shin is cutting workers at 63, massing up Ling Roach Ravager, massing up an army. Shin's going to respond. 4th base does complete, so it's going to be a kill. And Shin cannot engage, not with this army yet. The base should fall. Disruptors, they can, of course, take control of the ramp. Oh, actually, this is a really nice position for Nightmare. Again, the minerals, they provide so much of a choke point that it's going to be so difficult to actually engage from the Zerg. Force fields are nice. Army pushing forward. Nova goes off once again, zoning away the Roach Ravager. No big connections. There's 1 Nova left. Up! Oh, takes down 1 Roach. Force fields were solid. And Nightmare can get another base at the same time. Bailing counterattack across the map. Ooh, massive connections! 11 perps go down. But Shin, how can he engage into this? I don't think he can. Yeah, Nightmare is snowballing out of control. Breaks through the Roaches, breaks through the Ravagers. There is a lot of Ling Bane behind this, though. We're running out of force fields. Novas are going to be going off. That's an okay connection. There's 1 Nova left. And the Colossus is able to kite back. Yeah, the Colossus just adding so much value here. The Lings, they don't get it. Colossus survives, and it looks like Nightmare has done it. Nightmare, he's breaking through. There's almost nothing left for Shin. Down to a handful of Roaches, down to 1 Ravager. The reinforcements on the way. Boys are being pulled. He wants a Colossus. He wants it. GG gets called. He's not going to get it. And Nightmare will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, really good use of the initial opener of the Disruptor drop. Again, what was really interesting about it is that he didn't waste any resources on War Prison speed. The drop itself wasn't really designed to do much damage, but it did force a reaction out of Shin, and really good use of the terrain specifically. Like that ramp, that choke point was brutal. I'm referring to the minerals, the mineral wall that that Shin had mined through. There were only 2 small gaps in it. Because of that, Shin could not engage. Shin just could not engage with the main army because the main army would just kite back to that choke point, kite back to the mineral wall, and the Ling Roach Ravager could just do nothing against that force of Nightmare. It was yeah, it was impressive, and also a brutal position. If you recall, I was second guessing Nightmare moving out the way that he did, and I still stand by that, especially if Shin scouted the move out. If Shin was aware, and if Shin was in position on the right-hand side at the 4th, then I do think that Shin could have held there. But when it comes to trying to engage with that ramp and with that choke point, again, like, Shin just couldn't really do much in that position. It was crazy. Here we go, we're getting into our next game. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaimin Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss. Representing himself, currently teamless, leading the series 1-0, it is Nightmare. +1 is pretty good. I feel like army positioning was more impactful there than the one upgrade. But yeah, just really well-timed attack from Nightmare. Very nicely executed. And again, unfortunately, Shin did miss the move-outs. Likewise, because that he wasn't quite in position to defend the attack. He was out of position. Shin will take his natural though. Let's go. Does take his natural base. There's going to be a hatch gas pool standard opener out of Shin. And I imagine after the quirkiness of Game 1, we're going to be calming things down here in Game 2. As a reminder as well, Game 1 did begin with Shin being denied his gold. Here, we're not tempted to get into a gold. There's no temptation to get into an unorthodox opener. And we'll see where this takes us. We shall see. So now we are going to be settling in. We do have just Nightmare just being as annoying as possible, forcing or trying to force inefficient mining here from Shin. And we'll see where the pylon is placed. Interesting location for Nightmare. Curious. So usually if it's a Stargate opener, it's closer to, your opponent's bases to harass across the map. I'm curious where Nightmare is going to take this, especially considering he does have a little bit more freedom, a little bit more room to work with in the series because he is leading the series. What's it going to be? Yeah, there we go. It's going to be a Twilight Council. So again, this pylon positioning was really peculiar to me just because, again, Stargates are usually thrown down closer to the edge of the main. This is further back. This is designed to be hidden. This could be a Dark Shrine opener. It could be Dark Shrine. It could be Glaive Adepts. We'll see if we stay in or if we pull out of gas. Nightmare did open DTs against Shin this morning, if you were here for it. And did work quite nicely. As we're still staying in gas. Robo's on the way. Okay, there we go. We pull out. So he pulls out of gas. It is going to be Glaives instead for Nightmare. Should only be 4 Gate Glaive Adepts into a third. And if you recall, who did Nightmare do this against? Was it Shin as well? I need to double check. I think it may have been against Shin, where Nightmare, he opened up 4 Gate Glaive Adepts. It didn't actually do any damage, but he followed it up with an all-in. With Immortals, with Archons. I believe on this map as well. So there's kind of layers to this attack. As the gateways are finishing up, Prism is soon to move out. And back at home, Shin is still droning, still none the wiser. He checks, no third, throws out a safety Roach War at the 4-minute mark. So far, so good. The Roaches will be able to pop out in time to defend. But as we mentioned, it's not necessarily about dealing damage early on, it's about preserving the Adepts and threatening Shin. Assuming that Nightmare does expand behind this. Speaking of, Probe is moving out. There is a link to delay though. Nicely done by Shin, he will delay the third. Adepts are building up. And Nightmare can now take his own expansion. Third base is on the way. You can see that Shin is getting ready for DTs. He wasn't fully aware of what was going on, so we have a safety spore just in case. Queen's moving out. Nice catch here on some of these Adepts. Nightmare trying to juggle back, but Lassie is going to be denied. Only 4 Adepts do survive. Behind this, Immortal production has begun. We have more Adepts on the way back at home. And so far, Nightmare doesn't really have much to threaten Shin. He's trying, don't get me wrong. But isn't achieving too much here. Okay, Lings, once again, they hold their own. Now, bearing in mind, Shin is droning. Shin is droning up. He's getting a lair. Didn't feel the need to invest into roaches, not yet. There we go, roach is now on the way. Nightmare is just building up. Going for a gateway explosion. Ooh, getting up to 6 gates. 6 gates, Forger +1, Blink is on the horizon. And Nightmare just trying to delay, picking up some creep tumors wherever he can. Oh! As the first, getting a second immortal. Likewise, Shin is still droning, at least somewhat. Still quite heavily investing into his army. Getting up to 2.5 base saturation. Getting up to 53 workers. Balin S on the way as well. Shin playing it safe. Nightmare once again does snipe both tumors. Like, the purpose of sniping these creep tumors is to delay the counterattack. Because if there was plenty of creep to work with, then Shin can move out with a 3-base all-in, with Ling, Roach, Ravager, Queens as well. It can all just walk across the map and wreak havoc. So Nightmare is doing his best to delay. Back at home, getting to 2 more gates. That's going to be, I believe, an 8-gate setup. Ooh, 9-gate setup. Let's go. Getting up to 9 gateways. Saturating his 3rd. Getting into a 3rd immortal. Overseer does confirm the production. Very important. So Shin, he gets eyes on all 3 immortals, and he gets eyes on all 9 gateways, for the most part. And that should tell Shin not to drone up, not to overdrone. He is getting a 4th expansion, that is true, but Shin, you can see, is focusing on roach production. He's got 9 roaches on the way, Ravagers being morphed in, Bailing speed, a plus on melee. And here comes the move out. Here comes the push. And I mentioned before that it was this kind of move out that was able to win Nightmare the series this morning. But Shin is more prepared. This time Shin has been playing very carefully. Ooh, he's gonna get supply block though. 7 overlords on the way. Oh, that's a lot of overlords. Hey, Laser, calm down. 7 overlords in production. Ooh, the the observer did overextend. And Nightmare just slowly making his way towards the hatchery. 3 drone kills. But I'm shading out. Behind this, second robo, Bay's on the way, Gas Geyser as well. It looks like Nightmare, he's teching, and he's showing us that he does not believe he can kill Shin. He understands, he respects the army that's been building up. He does recognize that Shin has too much to work with. And Nightmare backs off. Nightmare does retreat. Okay, for the queens, clutch transfuse. 1 queen goes down. War Prism will be able to get away as a result. And Nightmare, he's getting ready for the counterattack. Again, he sees how large the Ling Bane army is. Shield batteries are on the way. Colossus production has begun. As we saw in the previous game against Ling Bane based compositions, I mean, Colossus is going to be ideal. He needs a little bit more time. There's going to be 5 shield batteries. Sorry, 4 shield batteries and 2 cannons. You can see Nightmare trying to delay, slowing down the push. Falling back, we have a Bailing run by ready to get into the natural. And how good are the force field's going to be? Likewise, how good are the piles going to be? Bailey's rolling in. Bailey's they coming from behind. Nice force field. Bailey's said they crash into the main army. Take down the shield battery. Overcharge gets popped. Colossus have arrived. The force fields are brutal. Oh my god. The Zerg army does not gain any ground. But there we go. The force fields are running out. And the army is just diving on in. Miles, they rain down on the Stalkers. Nice juggling here with the Colossus. It's going to be close, but it looks like Nightmare holds. And Nightmare does... The Miles! Oh my god. Takes down an Immortal. Not bad. Nightmare does hold. He forces back Shin. Behind this, Shin has been able to saturate his 4th. Did drone up. Is taking into a lair. Oh, sorry, into a hive. But Nightmare survives. And Nightmare doesn't lose any workers. That's what's crazy. Didn't lose many probes at all. Did lose a couple of immortals. I think that was 2 immortals going down. I mean, yeah, that was 2 immortals, 14 stalkers. But he maintains his Colossus and can now take a 4th. Drop into the 3rd. Delaying mining time, catching a couple of transferring workers. 3, 4 drones go down. Very nice control. Now we're forcing back the main army. Well, what I'm concerned about is the lower robo count here. There we go. Disruptor production has begun, getting into soon-to-be 3 disruptors. Backup cannons and shield batteries are on the way. Nightmare, he is aware that Shin is still rebuilding with Lingbane Roach Ravager. Shin did not take into a Hydrogen, did not take into Lurkers, which means Shin is getting ready for a second push. He's getting ready for a second wave, and Nightmare has identified that. So Nightmare is getting ready. Setting up his defenses. The first defense was impressive. What about the second defense? We go. Ooh, meanwhile, what I do appreciate is that Shin is not just maxing out and moving out with a second army. He is teching and making use of his tech as well. Vipers. This is huge. 3 Vipers are on the way, and that is going to be a very, very solid way to kind of pick away at this army. Pick away at the Colossus, the Immortals, the Disruptors. There are no High Templar. Because of that, there's no feedbacks. Nightmare is not ready for Hive Tech. He's not ready for Vipers. Now, I'm not saying it's a sure thing. There is still the possibility that these Stalkers even could snipe the Vipers. But Shin is looking to pick this army apart. The Vipers are going to be a key part of that. Ooh, Templar Archives is on the way. That's the first step on the way to High Templar, of course, and feedbacks. Nightmare's getting there. Catches out the roaches. Shin is still maxed out. Nightmare is almost there. Shin trying to surround the Stalkers. There is Blink. It will get away. Nova's going up. Disruptors are revealed. And Shin is ready with those Vipers. He has 3 of them. There are no feedbacks. And does he get the Colossus? He will! Gets all 3! And 3 Colossus are sniped. Disruptor as well. Massive pickoffs. And Nightmare, I don't think he has much left behind this. He's down to 1 Disruptor. Did save 1 Colossus, though. To save the 1. And with the help of the overcharge, Nightmare, he does hold. At the same time, Zelarumbai runs into reinforcements. We have Zelt here on the right-hand side. We'll get into the mineral line. Drones are going down. Nice counter damage here by Nightmare. Shin racing back home. But Nightmare lost so much in that fight. He lost how many? He lost, what, 3 Colossus? He lost 2 Disruptors. And the problem is it takes a very long time to rebuild those high-tech units. But now there's Storm on the way. And High Templar are easier to replace. They are being warped in. So there's going to be feedbacks and Storms. Nightmare, he's still on the back foot. He's still playing defensively, but he's, recovering. He's on his road to recovery. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. Templar aren't as vulnerable to these Vipers as these other massive units. But Shin is getting ready for Wave 3. Now, what I'm a little bit concerned by, if this next attack doesn't kill Nightmare and if it doesn't do critical damage, that is where I'm concerned of the lack of, Ultra Cavern. There's no Greater Spire, there's no Hydra Den and Lurker Den. Shin is still with a more kind of mid-tier army. The Vipers do add a little complexity to this, that is true, but this doesn't scale amazingly into a later game. Speaking of, the feedbacks! Yeah, Storm's going off, 2 Vipers get feedbacks, and you can see how the dynamic changes once High Templar come in. There's 1 Viper left. Ooh, another feedback, no abduction, 0 yoinks. And you can see how much more threatening this army is. If you only add just a couple of High Templars, suddenly the Vipers, they do nothing. The Vipers that were completely shut down. 1 Viper was killed, the other 2 barely survive. And now we throw down an Ultra Cavern, and this does feel late. Again, this feels like a reaction to the army instead of getting ready ahead of time. And now Nightmare has momentum. I mean, it's a while until Ultras come into this. There's a window. Nightmare is pushing in. Bane rushing forward. We do have a Yoink getting an Immortal. Storm's getting thrown down the High Templar. They get caught out. Massive surround. Yeah, Nightmare did overextend. Archons are coming into play, but it looks like Shin will be able to clean this up. Takes down the Colossus, takes down every single High Templar as well. Yeah, Nightmare, he got too excited, or did he? I'm still getting close. Roaches are being cleaned up. It's still a very scrappy fight. But again, Nightmare, he pushed a little bit too far in. He got surrounded, got shut down. And now Ultra production has begun. Now, they're not ready exactly. Like, Kindness plating has just begun, so upgrades are less than ideal. But because Shin was able to take such a dominant fight and reset the High Templar count, suddenly Shin has breathed. Shin, he has time here to invest into these upgrades to allow the Hive to get into full swing. This is still anyone's game. Approach run by does hit the right-hand base, but we have Zells to deal with this. Roaches won't get too much done, but when it comes to the complexity of the army, again, we have no more Colossus, no more Disruptors. The Immortal count was reset, the High Templar count as well. Nightmare, he has to build up from scratch, and we mentioned before that it takes so long to rebuild these high-tech units. Shin is going to be the first to max out. And what's terrifying is that he's going to max out with Ultra. How do you deal with Ultras? A couple of different ways. Sky Toss is one, or a heavy Immortal count is the other. But the Immortal count, it's still very low. Likewise, the Neural is being researched. Okay, Shin. You have my attention. We have Neural, we have Ultra Speed. Infestors are amassing. How many Infestors do we have? 5 Infestors. I mean, sure, they can fungal and lock down an army, but I'm looking forward to Neuraling Immortals. We just mentioned, like, what is the answer to the Ultra? Right now, at least for Nightmare, is the Immortal. But if they get Neuraled, I mean there's just going to be nothing left. Of course, the other option is just Neuraling the Archons. I mean, there are options. Speaking of Archons getting called out, nice Delaramai gets 9 drones and does scout the Ultras, of course. Nightmare is aware. Personally, I would have loved to have seen like a 3rd Robo for triple Immortal production. But the Immortal count is getting up there. Now up to 7, soon to be 9 Immortals. Looks like Nightmare was able to buy enough time. Shin lurking with those Infestors. They're revealed by the Observer. Oh, the Chain Fungals. Let's go. This is quite costly, but the Observer is sniped. To take 3 Fungals to do so, but does get sniped nonetheless. Nice feedbacks on the Infestors. Storms on the Lings, storms on the Banelings. Ooh, and the Immortals, can they hold their own? Here comes the Neural. One of the Immortals that gets Neuraled, and it looks like with that Shin, he will collapse on top of the army. GG gets called, and Shin will tap the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. That was a wild game. GG, well played. It was a very chaotic back and forth. There were strong moments for both players. We spoke about the timing when Shin had his Vipers and how dominant he looked taking the fight. Likewise, we saw how that dynamic changed once High Templar got into play and Nightmare was able to take a very strong fight. But again, it did look like Nightmare got a little bit too excited after winning that fight. He pushed on deep onto creep, got surrounded, got punished, and with that, Shin was able to recover, able to get away with the Ultras and the Infestors as well. Ooh, GG, well played. Oh my god. And with that, we're getting into the ace match. It all ends here on side Delta. And this morning, it also went to the ace match, went all the way to game 3. I'm curious how this time the story ends. Nightmare, again, he may have won in the morning, but again, maybe under the cloud of darkness, Shin can take it. We'll see, we'll see. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Gammon Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player, representing himself, currently teamless. Ooh. But of course, forcing an ace match, it is Nightmare. Go. I've been enjoying Trap's glaives, 2 Oracle glaive. I don't think I would ever kill that. I'm familiar with the build that you're referring to. I don't know who started. I think it was Hero, but that build has been around for a couple of years. We have noticed that Trap has been embracing it as of late. It is a fun build. You're referring to basically kind of like a fake out where you open up Stargate, then you go for a Twilight Council at the same time as the 3rd base and get into glaives. Can be very effective, 100%. Has been around for a couple of years. We'll see if Nightmare does embrace it. We have seen Nightmare go for that as well. We'll see if he goes for the Stargate. You know, first steps first. Does he go for the Stargate? We shall see. As for now, it is going to be the Gate Expand into Cybercore, Standard Opener out of Nightmare. Likewise, Shin opening up Hatch Gas Pool. We're settling in. Also, share my papi, share my. Hello, Rex. Hello. Oh, how'd you do today? I saw you went up against Trigger in the first round. Hope you... Oh, you went to the ace match. Let's go. Hope your games were good. Good to see you, Rex. Good to see you. Oh, Esther Rex. When are you playing in our tournaments? Esther Rex. Shaking my head. But we'll go over the bracket after this series. There's a lot to catch up on. A lot to go over. Until then, Stargate Opener. Okay, there's that first step. It's going to be Stargate into Oracle. As was mentioned before, this can just be Stargate into a 3rd, or we could see a faster Twilight Council before the 3rd base. That is going to be an option here for Nightmare. We can try to kind of lure his opponent into a false insecurity and get into glaives. So now 2 Lings get called out. Additional Lings on the way. And Shin is vesting into an extra wave of Lings, who does catch a drone. Transformer Worker gets caught out by Nightmare. Oh, Shin getting supply blocked. This is actually a pretty heavy supply block. That's not... Where's the Overlord? Where's the Overlord? Going for an extractor trick, or going for the spores, just to make a little bit of free supply here. More drones on the way, waiting for the hatchery to finish. Shin has been stuck at 44 for quite some time. And yeah, you can see here 3 Overlords being made at once. Shin, he finally realizes how deep the supply block is, how brutal it is. And a supply block this early on, this heavy as well, is brutal. As the Overlords pop out, finally Shin, he's broken out of the supply block. That did slow him down quite a bit though. He's going to be able to drone, and Nightmare is expanding, is taking his 3rd. So Oracle into a 3rd base. It's going to be triple Oracle here out of Nightmare. Is camping the natural. Oh, getting a drone. The Twilight Council is going to be placed. Now, this is a pretty early Twilight Council. This could actually be a glaive follow-up, or it could be Blink leading into a 3-base all-in. Okay, Forge. Should be Blink. Should be Blink here. If there was no Forge, I would lean more towards glaives, but Forge does indicate either Blink or Charge. Usually in a normal game, they would be lined up with each other. I'm referring to the Forge and the Twilight Council for the upgrades. The fact that the Twilight Council is earlier means earlier Blink, of course, and does lead to earlier aggression. Okay, Blink is being researched. Oracle's moving out. Shin getting into his lair. And Shin is skipping his Roach Warren, taking extra gases. So Shin, it looks like he's going to Ling Hydra. The other option for Shin is Mutas. A Spire is viable here. We have seen Shin make use of Mass Muta before in this matchup. So we'll see which one he goes for. I mean, technically, he could also go into an Infestation Pit, into Swarm Host, but that's more viable against Charge, not against Blink Stalkers. As Shin is just taking his base, droning up, saturating. And when the lair does finish, we can see the tech of choice. Again, I'm still leaning towards Hydras, but we'll see. See what Shin does embrace. As Nightmare is setting up his proxy, I mentioned before, if you remember, with the faster blink, it could be a 3-base all-in, and it does look like an 8-gate 3-base all-in out of Nightmare. Going for a massive gateway explosion. Yep, 2 more gates on the way. It is going to be 8 in total, but the proxy was scouted. Massive moment here for Shin. Scouts a proxy, does come in for the surround. Takes down one of the pylons and takes down the gateway as well. A nice pickoff. This will delay the all-in. Oh, as we can see, Shin is trying to get into that Hydra Den. This is quite greedy. That means no roaches to defend, only Ling. Only Ling Queen. Up, stasis goes off. Massive stasis on the Lings. More reinforcements on the way. And again, Warpmans are heavily delayed because that gateway was denied. Nightmare is trying to reinforce. Link's coming for the surround. Stasis is about to run out as well. Ooh, that second stasis not as ideal. Does blink away. Gets surrounded for a moment. Again, we'll be able to blink back. Cleans up all the Lings. Queens are exposed. Hydras are now popping out. But again, the Hydras, they need support. The Hydras need Lings on their own. They're so vulnerable. This is why these all-ins can wreak havoc. If the defender did skip roaches. Hydra's now being targeted. No Lings to support. Shin, he's in trouble. Leading out a lot of high-tech units. Means a fully, the Blinks are on point. And the Oracles, they come into support as well. And it looks like Nightmare, he has done it. Yeah, more Hydras falling. With Lings to reinforce, we're actually buying some time. Zoning back the army, but with an extra wave of reinforcements, yeah, we blink on top. Nightmare knows that he has broken through. Again, went down to what? 5 Hydras, down to 4. Up, it's gonna be close. It's so close. Nightmare miscalculating a little bit there. Shin is holding. Shin is barely holding on. But here come more reinforcements. And again, imagine this if that gateway wasn't denied. Imagine like this kind of aggression like 30 seconds ago. I mean, that would have been game. But Shin is holding on. Behind this, +2 begins. That is a sign that Nightmare knows he cannot break him. Like Nightmare, he now knows he cannot break Shin. Or at least he's faltering his confidence. Getting +2, starting charge. But he still keeps going, still unrelenting. That hatchery is low. Hatchery is 1 more volley away from going down. Shin started stepping forward, gets a Stalker. And now the Hydra count is building back up. And again, as I mentioned before, it looks like Shin, he's barely holding on. Barely saving that expansion. Nightmare, he doesn't want to back up. Oh, trying to catch more Hydras. Link so far are good. Pulling back, Zealot reinforcements have arrived. That's going to be a lot of charge lots. And here it comes, the second wave. And without Banelings, I am concerned for Shin. Banelings are going to be required here to deal with this many charge lots. Ling Hydra melts against this kind of army. There we go, the charge lots, they dive in. Nightmare, he dives on forward as well. Is going to bleed out Stalkers to the Hydras, but we'll be able to chase him down. Is trying to. Shin kiting his heart out, pulling away from the Zealots. We'll be able to clean them up. Yeah, the Zealots do fall. But last drones are going down. More reinforcements have arrived. Adept reinforcements. And again, it still feels like Nightmare. He's so close to just breaking the back of Shin. So close. And with those Zealots coming in, that should be enough. I say that Stalker count is very low. It's a low Stalker count. He does target down the Hydras. Down to 3, down to 2, down to 1. 0 Hydras left. Reinforcements are trickling in. Voice are being pulled. Shin, he's barely holding on, barely trying to, I should say. But I feel like he's been at death's door like almost the entire defense here. GG gets called. It's just too much. And Nightmare, he will take the series at 2-1. GG. GG, well played. And Nightmare going for an 8-gate 3-base all-in. Again, it was very important that Shin found the first proxy. He was able to deny it, and that did allow Shin to initially hold. If you recall, I do stand by it. If that proxy gateway wasn't denied the way that it was, and if the reinforcements weren't slowed down, I do think that Nightmare would have ended the game with his first push, with his first wave of Stalkers. I think that would have been enough. That would have been it then and there. Shin was able to scout, was able to hold, was able to get into Hydras, but alas, he wasn't able to quite stabilize. He was really holding on by the skin of his teeth, bleeding out so many Hydras in that defense, didn't have the spare resources to get into a Baneling nest either, to deal with the eventual Zealot follow-up as well, whether it's Banelings or whether it's Roaches, wasn't quite ready for that, and in the end, Nightmare did snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. Nightmare will take the series, and twice today, earlier this morning in Tenacious Turtles Hustle and here in the What Is TV Monday, Nightmare does take down Shin 2-1. Very impressive. Very impressive stuff there by Nightmare. I mean, a very aggressive series overall. Like, we didn't really get much macro between our players. Oh. But I'm looking for our next opponents. Trying to figure out where we are and where we are headed. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's head on over and figure out what exactly is going on, because I'm trying to find our players here. And I guess from the top. We'll go from the top. Figure out where we are. We have Clem. So sorry, we have Zound. Zound takes down Euthermal 2-0, advancing on to face off against Clem in the round of 16. Clem does take the series 2-0, does advance on into the quarterfinals. Very well done. Very nice performance there by Clem. Meanwhile, we do have his opponents as well facing off. We have Solar versus Trap, currently mid-series. They're facing off in a ZVP, currently locked in a best of 3. And scrolling down, we have Nightmare. Nightmare also advancing on to the quarterfinals. He's waiting for the winner of Byun, Ryung, and Lunacy. But I believe Ryung and Lunacy have wrapped up. Even though the bracket hasn't been updated, I believe they have finished, and I have confirmation. Ryung did take the series. Ryung is mid-series versus Ryung. Did I say Ryung versus... Byun is mid-series versus Ryung. Aye. So they're currently in a TBT. I don't think they're being casted. Let me double check. There are some other casters covering this tournament. There's Wardy, of course. There's Biomorph. There's Kolka. I think there's Sobat as well. Let me just double check. Wardy is out of game. Biomorph is out of... Okay, Biomorph is in Solar versus Trap. Okay. So Solar versus Trap is being covered by Biomorph. Wardy is looking for a series, and Kolka is... Where's Kolka? Out of game. Kolka is out of game as well. So I was just checking to see if anyone was casting Byun versus Ryung. It looks like no one is. So I think it makes sense for us to just wait. It makes sense for us to just chill, to wait, and to... Oh, actually. Does make sense for us to wait, but there is potentially another series. It looks like Oliveira versus Dark is about to begin, but I think everyone is jumping on that. Yeah. It looks like Biomorph and Wardy. I think Biomorph was... I thought he was covering Solar versus Trap, but it looks like they're all... Yeah. They're all jumping on Oliveira versus Dark. I don't blame them. Oliveira versus Dark is going to be an amazing series. Oh, should I jump on it as well? So the problem is, both semis are going to be casted. Both semis are casted one after the other. So if we get left behind, that we won't be able to cast the... They're not going to wait for us or anything like that. They're going to just start the semis. kind of want to see Nightmare versus Beyond and Ryung. Like, not gonna lie. But now might be a good time to, yeah. Now might be a good time to join up. Like, eventually we all have to join up anyway, as we near the end of the tournament. So, now might be a good time. Quickly scrolling down, I should go over some of these other results. So Oliveira takes down Gumiho 2-0, Dark takes down Geralt 2-0, and we have Cure versus Max or also mid-series. And the reason why we're hopping over to Dark Oliveira is because most likely it's going to lead into the semis, and we're probably going to cast it all together. So I don't want to get left behind. Oh my god, we're jumping in. And you can hear the beep, so you're jumping in to Dark versus Oliveira. I do need a moment to set them up, but regardless, we're jumping in. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Post Youth, we have the Chinese Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Oliveira. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And I do need a moment to set up their teams. Un momento. And of course, if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Talon Esports. I did the intros. What am I getting at? I'm used to doing things in a bit of a different order, but okay, we're settling in. Now we can focus. Oh my god, CC first. Oliveira going CC first. This makes sense on a map like Post Youth. Again, because of the in-base natural, it is very safe. You can cut corners, you can be as greedy as possible. Dark is going hatch, pool, hatch. Okay, Dark is also going gasless. Basically, welcome to a game of greed. Dark is going gasless, so no gases whatsoever, rushing to a fast third. Meanwhile, Oliveira going CC first. Ooh, and Dark, what's going on? Okay, we're scattered for proxies. Okay, makes sense. So he scouts for proxies first, then he pulls back, and now he has enough minerals for the hatchery. So it's all about cutting corners, all about being as greedy as possible. And who comes out on top in the greed is the question. Now, because Oliveira's Rax is a little bit later, it does mean that Dark will have Queen to defend. He shouldn't be punished too hard. Reaper production has begun. The Overlord will confirm. And the Overlord might even scout the CC timing as well. Dipping in. Queen production has begun. You can also see that Dark is not wasting any lava making lings, he's just droning. Dark is just droning up. Just now spotting the factory timing as well. Confirming it's not a 2-1-1. So Dark getting a lot of information here. Likewise, also saw how late the Reaper was. And the add-ons. Back at home, Dark getting ready. Building up more queens. Oh, second Rax on the way, hidden behind the mineral line. Cheeky move out of Oliveira. Okay, makes it look like a 1-1-1, when really it's a 2-1-1. This could even be a Hellbat push. Very curious. And we'll see. I mean, the factory's making that on Dark. He scouts. He does check. He does go further in. And there we go. Dark, he does confirm the 2 Raxes. He is aware. But again, it's going to be a really weird setup here because we have to add-on swap to get the Tech Lab on the Rax to get into Stim. No, he's not even add-on swapping. Tank? This is wild. A very interesting build here by Oliveira. Okay, so winding it back a little bit to kind of talk about what's going on. Typically a 2-1-1 build, oh, he's going straight into a 3-1-1 actually. A 2-1-1 build does go for an add-on sword, but it does prioritize stim, right? Stim is prioritized to get into a stim timing with medevacs. Here, the setup is very different. Stim was delayed, and we're getting into early tank production instead. Likewise, that's going to be a Viking before any medevacs, going into another Rax. This could just be a 2-base all-in. This could just be a straight up 2-base all-in from Oliveira. Just really early tank production. Add-on sword? No shot. Yeah, now getting up to 5 Raxes. Roach Warren gets thrown down by a Dark. I mean, Roaches can do very nicely defensively in the early game. So it is a very safe way to play. So I'm liking the Roaches here by Dark. I mean, with a gasless opener, Roaches are mandatory because of no link speed. As a heads up, there is no link speed for Dark, so he has to rely on Roach Ravager to defend against this. Second tank is on the way. Reactor now in the medevac. Sorry, reactor now in the starport for medevacs. And again, this is going to be a very interesting move out by Oliveira. Moving out already, actually. This I'm not so sure about. Has his first tank, has Mass Marine. Second tank is on the way as well. Oliveira just rallying across the map. And he will punish the gold at least. And there's just not enough Ravager to really contest against this. Stim is not done, but Oliveira doesn't need it. Tank is within range. Hatchery's under fire. Dark trying to poke in. Second tank has arrived. No Ravagers. Massive tank shots. Yeah, the Roaches, they're melting. They melt against the tank fire. Dark, he cannot engage. Not into this army. Not this early on. And because of that, Oliveira was hoping just for the hatchery. He doesn't just get the hatchery. Oliveira, he gets what? He gets 6 Roaches and a Queen. 6 Roaches, a Queen, and the hatchery as well. So a bit of bonus damage on top of just the base. And now Oliveira backs up. He retreats. He's waiting for +1, waiting for combat shields. And he's getting ready for the second move out. This time with medevacs. And upgrades, of course. So the second push is going to hit even harder. And Dark is stuck on 3 hatcheries. His larva is impacted. He's taking it back up 4th. Double expanding even. I mean, he has to at this point. Building up Ravagers. Getting to pulse on melee. Bailey Nest. Oh, remember though, no link speed. There's no link speed here for Dark. Not yet. Meanwhile, the 5th base is denied. It's going to be cancelled. Dark massing up Roach Ravager. The file's going to be so crucial. He does get the first tank. The first tank does go down. 2 tanks left. Boys are being pulled. The Ravagers are being targeted down. And it looks like Dark, he can get one more tank. Just barely. Gets one more. But a second tank has arrived. Again, it's such a close defense. Another tank falls to the Ravagers. And Dark barely holds. Cleans up the final tank. And forces back Oliveira. But at the cost of 13 drones. And the 5th. Oliveira pulling away. Ooh, doesn't have many reinforcements. Remember, this is a 2-base all-in. And Oliveira's lost a lot of steam. This is a very late 3rd TC on location. Dark, he's holding and he's looking good. He's looking strong. Like, that move up for Oliveira, that had to end the game. That had to kill Dark, and it didn't. And now Dark, he's snowballing out of control. He's getting his 4th. He's getting into his upgrades. +1 melee. Will deny the 3rd again. It was on location. Too greedy. The 3rd base is denied. And now Oliveira's hurting. Oliveira had a good start. Again, I really like the first move out. He got so much value for it. But the second push, as we saw, was a little bit lackluster. Did trade, but needed to do more than just trade. And you saw the power of Roach Ravager defensively. Every time Dark engaged, he was able to pile down a tank. Able to whittle away at the tank count and the main army of Oliveira. As Oliveira, he boosts into the main. Simming on forward, gets a Queen. Gets 1, gets 2. Gets all 3 Queens. Pickoffs aren't too bad. Liberator sieging up here at the 3rd base as well. So we're at the 4th. But remember, Oliveira, he's desperately just trying to do whatever he can to keep Dark at home. To allow himself to expand. Same time, 11 drone kills, not bad. 11 workers going down to the lib harass. Oliveira, he's now establishing his third. I will say that Dark is still in a better position, but Oliveira is not going down without a fight. Building up more bio, building up more tanks. Moving out towards the fourth. Oh, Files, they don't quite connect. Yeah, but the spread here from Oliveira, sorry, from Dark, shuts down the tanks. Two more of them go down, and just one tank left. Dark just has to kite back, buying some time. Ravagers are exposed. Massive pickoffs. Oliveira, he stims in, he breaks through the defensive line, gets on top of the Ravagers. And it looks like Oliveira might just barely have enough. It's still so close, but now there's just two Ravagers left. Two Ravagers remaining. This hyper-aggressive style from Oliveira, initially it did kind of fall in its face. It looks like he is just snowballing out of control. Takes out the final Ravagers. Saves the tank. And Dark, he barely has a standing army. He has purely Roach to defend. And Roaches on their own, they're not ideal. They're not that good. Boys coming in from behind. Let's go the surround. The surround comes in. Dark, again, he's barely holding. Cleans up the tanks, but he's on 3 bases. He's stuck on 3 hatcheries. Oliveira's on 3 CC. Now investing into a second eBay, into an armory for +2, into further upgrades. Again, this just confirms that Oliveira never intended for the game to go on this long. He was hoping to kill Dark earlier in the earlier attack, and this attack as well. Oliveira has been all in the entire time. And because of that, Dark's comeback is a little bit more feasible. Like, because there's no armory, because there's no 2-2 for Oliveira, because he's behind in upgrades, because Oliveira didn't think the game would last this long, Dark has a chance. Dark does have a chance. He wasn't meant to be alive right now. Wasn't meant to be here, but he is. So Oliveira does continue with his drop play. Meanwhile, Lib Harass does continue. Oh, and that's another 4 drones going down. Oliveira going for the gold. If he can establish a score base, then Oliveira can definitely sustain himself and keep things going. The Biles barely don't connect. Oh, brutal. Getting another 6-7 drones. There we go, Oliveira breaking out. Biles, they won't quite connect. Ling Main is being cleaned up as well. Yeah, you can see Dark just having a hard time engaging with the main army. As Oliveira has numbers on his side. Liberator falls. 4 tanks behind this. The Biles! They graze the army. And supply-wise, Dark, he's just having a hard time keeping up with the supply, with the army of Oliveira. With the size of the army. Gets a tank, gets a medevac. Get impressive piles here by Dark. Just raining down on the bio, but even then, it still might not be enough. Ay, ay, ay. As the 4th base has been broken. And Dark just doesn't have the economy to sustain himself, doesn't have the larva to sustain himself. Has been losing queens, queen after queen, no injects. Oh, actually, the queen count was completely reset. No injects, no larva. Dark amassing more lings, getting to 3-3. Now as they get one of the tanks. GG gets called. Dark, he's just going to be outscaled. He just cannot keep up. Not anymore. And Oliveira will take game number 1. Whew. GG. But that was a very chaotic game. And just a really interesting build out of Oliveira. Remember, it was initially a 2-base all-in. It hits well ahead of time before Stim even finished, and honestly, it was a really good start. Really good start for Oliveira. Then the all-in came into play, but it did look like Oliveira overextended. He got punished for it. Dark was able to survive, was able to get away with his bases, but then came the third wave, the fourth wave. Just over time, Dark just could not keep up. Could not keep up, could not sustain himself, and was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. With that, Oliveira takes a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. And now we're going to be loading into a very different game. We're going to be loading into Amphion. Very different map, even. If you recall, last game, it was a game of greed. We had Dark cutting corners. We had Oliveira cutting corners early on. Now we should be seeing something a little bit more standard. A little bit. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Chinese Terran player, the red Terran representing Weibo Gaming. It is Oliveira. Spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. Here we go. We're calming things down. Again, this time, it's going to be a Rax first. Rax into CC. Likewise, Dark, I imagine going Hatch Gas Pool. I mean, it is not unheard of to open up gases here on Amphion. I think we have seen Dark go gases before on this map, so is also a potential possibility here for Dark. If he does go for the pool before gas. Hello, drone. He's going gasless. Okay. I mean, again, this is a very specific opener designed for very specific maps. There it is. There's the spawning pool. The drone is going to scout for proxy and then expand and take the third hatchery. So the downside of this build for Dark, well, the downside of this opener is no gases means no link speed. It means that you have to play Roach. And that's okay for Dark. I mean, Dark, he's a Roach boy. He does embrace them quite freely. It does mean that your army is less mobile. It means that you have to be a little bit more defensive, or it can lead into a Roach all-in. You can be quite flexible with the follow-up. There's a fast third base. And again, 0 gases. Now, this is very map-specific because of the ramp. Because of the ramp coming into the natural, and because of how close the third base is to your natural as well, you can get away with defending with purely queens. You can get away with not defending with any lings whatsoever. So again, if the map is just a little bit more defendable on 3 bases, if it's closer together, like Golden Aura, for example, like Post Youth, for example, and even similarly here with Amphion, you can get away with defending with purely queens and no drones. Serral has been embracing this a lot as well. If you watched EWC, you would have seen Serral attempt to go gasless against Clem, and Clem did punish him quite hard. If you remember, I think it was in the group stage of EWC, where whenever Serral would open up gasless, Clem would punish with Hellions. He would punish with Hellions, and he would see the queens and just avoid the queens, rush into a mineral line, and roast up drones. Like, that is something that Dark himself as well is vulnerable to because there are no speedlings. So there is the potential to punish. Behind this, at his third CC before Starport, economic opener. Oliveira now going for an add-on swap into Heli production. And we'll see if Oliveira can make anything happen with these Hellions. Again, if he commits to aggression, if he realizes what's going on, he can punish this, but that is a big if. Here we go. From here, we are just, again, Oliveira just going for an economic opener, massing up a handful of Hellions. I should also emphasize as well that Clem did open up 1-1-1 in his games, which is also why he was able to gather up more Hellions and build up and be hyper aggressive. Oliveira's going to have a handful to work with, but I doubt he's going to really commit too hard. Roach Horn's on the way. Again, no link speed. Into Roaches. Just now focusing on purely Queen defense. And it's on Dark to keep up with the Hellion harass. And to defend his bases. Hellions, they poke in. They spot the Queens, they back up. Stim is on the way behind this. And now Dark is looking quite comfortable. I mean, compared to the previous game, Dark is freely droning. Lair is now on the way. Roach Warren's done. Gas is now being taken. Hellions do not try to dive in. And Hellion production has now concluded. So just 4 Hellions for map control. No aggression from Oliveira. I was trying to find the Viking. As the Viking takes down the Tumor. But now with the Roach counts, we are going to be able to fend back the Hellions. Up to 6 actually, not 4. So 6 Hellions. Ooh, Dark overextending. Leading out a Roach. And 1 Roach falls, gets a 2nd Roach as well for 1 Hellion. Better trade for Oliveira. Not the biggest of trades, but still more efficient for the Terran. Behind this, Dark rolling up, getting to double Evo Chamber. 4th Hatchery now on the way. And embracing Roach Ravager. Now from here we can just calm things down. The big question for Dark is how heavily does he drone? Does he max out on 3 bases and just go for a big 3-base all-in with Roach Ravager? Does he tech and drone up his 4th and tech into Hydras, into Ling Bane, into kind of a greater army? We'll see what Dark goes for. Likewise, Oliveira establishing his 3rd. Going for the triangle 3rd, very defendable. It's protected by rocks. There's rocks on the right, or there's rocks everywhere actually. The minerals have not been mined through. So it's quite difficult to actually kind of lay siege upon this base. And apply pressure to the CC. Kind of a big supply block for Dark. 6 Overlords on the way. I imagine gearing up for more Roaches. Meanwhile, we do have the double drop into the main base. Does distract at the same time. We do have the Hellions on the right-hand side. But Dark is ready. Dark is in position. Does focus on the Hellions. And do you see what I see? I don't see any drones. Dark, his cut workers at 66. That is 3-base saturation. He's working on 1-1. Dark, he's building up more Roaches. And unless Dark makes any more drones, it looks like a 3-base all-in. It looks like Dark, he's just massing up Roach Ravager. We do have Ling Speed on the way. That is the first sign that Dark is getting ready for a later game. Getting ready for Ling Bane. He's knocking down those rocks. Building up more Roaches. He still does refuse to drone up his 4th. So no saturation. And Oliveira needs to realize what's going on. If Oliveira saw this, he'd throw down bunkers. Immediately, bunkers here to protect his expansions at the ramp, at the natural as well. The lack of bunkers is concerning. The Roaches, at least some of them are spotted. Oliveira going for a 4th on location. This is quite greedy, and Dark is almost maxed. Dark, he's about to max out. On purely Roach Ravager. 1-1 is finishing up. Roaches, they hit the 4th. They will delay. Where's the tank? No, Oliveira, he's out of position. The tank did reposition. The natural base is completely exposed, and Dark is pushing in. He's breaking down the wall. Denies the 4th base. And Oliveira is not ready for this. Another tank is going to be targeted. Roach is pushing forward. Nice spread here by Dark, baiting out the tank shots. GG gets called, and Dark will tie the series 1-1. GG. Yeah, GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. As we mentioned before, a lot of this came down to the lack of scouting of Oliveira. As we saw, just because we have full vision, Dark wasn't droning. Dark, he wasn't saturating. He had cut workers at 66, that is 3-base saturation, and just maxed on Roach Ravager. Just maxed out on Roach Ravager and hit a timing with 1-1. Oliveira didn't scout, didn't check the drones, didn't check saturation for 4th base. He saw the main army, he was distracted, he rotated towards his 3rd, he had no bunkers ready, didn't know what was going on. Didn't know what was happening. GG, well played. We're going to game 3. We are going to that ace match. And we'll see how this story ends. Headed towards his 3rd. Here we go. As a reminder, the winner of this series will advance on to the semis, to those semifinals. And we'll be casting both of them, of course. Both semifinals will be casted, alongside the grand finals as well. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the Chinese Terran player, the Red Terran representing Weibo Gaming, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Oliveira. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Talon Esports, tying up the series and forcing the ace match. It is Dark. Here we go. We are going to game 3. And Dark, every game so far has opened up gasless. I don't think it's quite as safe to open up castles here on Alcyone. I don't think the natural and the third base are as secure, but it is a larger map, a longer rush distance by ground that might be enough for Dark to embrace it anyway. We'll see. We'll see if he does open up castles for a third time. For now, just gonna be droning, just gonna be saturating. Yep, he's doing it. Dark is opening up gasless. He's done so every game so far. He looks like he's feeling quite comfortable. Is he going for the linear third? No shot. That's crazy. The triangular third is a little bit more defendable. This linear third is a little bit further out. Okay. Okay, there he's a sane human being. I was like, there's no shot he takes his third base. Yeah, he's going for the triangular third. This does make more sense. It is more secure. It is closer. And if you're going gasless like this, I mean, take whatever you can get. So there we go. The hatchery is on the way. Behind this, interesting. Oliveira going Rax Expand, but Oliveira, he's going Reactor first into Marine. Okay. Yeah, my intention. SV does confirm the natural's done, and the third's already on the way.
Complete.
So, Oliveira is fully aware of the build of choice from Dark. He knows there's no link speed. He knows that it's going to be a roach-heavy defense. And is embracing early Marine production. This can lead into a 2-1-1. This can lead into a 3-1-1. Into another 2-base all-in. Bunkers being thrown down. This is wild. Okay. So Marines are going to be zoning back this Overlord and moving out across the map. And the goal for Oliveira is to try to deny the third. We'll see if he can. Ooh, as the Overlord barely escapes. 1 HP! Oh my god. The 1 HP Overlord. It lives. The Marines do not quite get it. Bunker does complete, and these Marines have to get across the map. Oliveira, he wants that Overlord. Will delay his own economy to do so. Dark gets supply block for a moment. The bunker is revealed. Lings, they're in position to zone away, and I don't think this bunker will actually come into play. Yeah, the Marines are too late. Yeah, the Marines are too little too late. The bunker's under fire, forces a salvage. And nice defense by Dark. Again, the only reason why this bunker didn't come into play was because of the Overlord. Like, the Overlord, it kept the Marines pinned back at home. They could not move out with the Overlord spotting them. That 1 HP Overlord, the hero. And yeah, because of that, we'll see what Oliveira can get done. He is going into a 1-1-1 follow-up here. No third CC. Very aggressive build out of Oliveira. Massing up Hellions, building up more Marines, Medivacs being rallied across the map. Oh! These dudes poke into the natural. And I would imagine this hits with an armory. I would imagine. Oh, never mind. Oliveira had a choice. He could have thrown in an armory, but no, he throws down a third CC on location instead. This is still going to be a very committed move out. Has a medevac to support. Behind this, Queens are amassing. Roach production has begun. 6 Roaches on the way. And can Oliveira actually get damage with this? There's a Hellions towards the left. A lot of them. 6 Hellions here. Meanwhile, 8 Marines into the main. And the Hellions, they're going for the mineral line. They're going for the drones. Evo Chamber is denied. And No Evo block. Boys are being pulled. Some of them do line up. 3 drone kills so far. At the same time, drop into the main, but the queens are in position. 1 queen goes down. Not a bad pickoff. Alien's still wreaking havoc. Medevac falls. Getting another queen. Down to 2. 7 drone kills so far. The queens are low. Another one goes down. Dark will defend, but this is damage. Even up to 8 drones. As the dust does settle, it is going to be 8 drone kills, 1 roach, 2 queens. Was that worth it in the end? That was a good amount of economic damage, and Oliveri is getting his 3rd base on location. Bear that in mind. But clearly, yeah, even Oliveira knows he's vulnerable to a counterattack. That is 2 bunkers on the way. That is a big reaction by Oliveira. Unfortunately, he misreads. As we can see, Dark is droning. Dark, after the defense, he's droning up. He is not going for a counterattack. I mean, he is, but he's not committed with the counterattack, I should say. Dark is droning, Dark is saturating, roaches do arrive, and Oliveira should defend. And Dark does get a depot. Gets a depot, gets 3 SCVs. Could even get another. Up. Yeah, gets a second. Second depot, denies any kind of mining at the 3rd, and Dark backs up. Dark, he retreats, he backs off, gets his 4th at the gold. And the scan reveals the saturation. Now Oliveira knows that there is no all-in, he salvages the bunkers. And Dark has been being quite greedy here, just happily droning. Has been happily droning. Do you see Oliveira behind this? Getting into 1-1, building up into 5 Raxes. It's going to take a little bit longer for Oliveira to really get things underway. A lot of the tech, a lot of the upgrades were delayed because of the aggression early on. Which means Dark is free to do as he pleases. Link speed is on the way, 1-1. If you remember last game, Dark, he went for a 3-way all-in off of 66 drones. This time Dark is actually droning up even further. So Dark is going for a longer macro game. I mean, hey, Dark is droning. Not just that, but now he has the gold, so he has a boosted economy. Oh. Does have that boosted economy. Oliveira trying to be active. Oliveira does get eyes on the gold. He's now aware. And now is the time for Dark to focus on his army. Now he's done droning. Being focused on Ling, Roach Ravager production. I believe there's still no Baneley Nest. Yeah, no Baneley Nest yet for Dark, but I'm sure we will get there. Oh my god. Files won't quite connect. Roach is in position in the main. So far, Dark is keeping up. And Dark is maxed. Dark, he drone up to 74, or now 73. He's maxing out on Ling, Roach Ravager. And what is it to defend? Oh, a bit of a supply block. We have only 2 tanks sieged. 2 of them are unsieged. CC's on the way. Dark, he's pushing in. Okay, Oliveira, he does respond. Does siege up in time. There's not much support. Yeah, Ling's a dive on top of the first tank. Files, they will connect. 1 tank goes down, but the other 3 are doing so much damage to the back line. 1 more tank falls, but the bio army comes in from behind, and Oliveira, he will defend. He shuts down the main army. Yeah, blundered attack by Dark, and Oliveira holds. Whew. Oliveira does hold. Got the full surround, cleaned up every single Ravager. 4th base now being taken. There was potential, but again, the attack was very chaotic from Dark, and he only got, what, like 2 tanks? And now Oliveira can counterattack, and Dark, he's in trouble. Dark has a very inefficient army. Purely Roach. Handful of Ravagers. 4th base getting up and running. Oliveira counterattacking. Dark is getting into 2-2. And Oliveira, he's going to be able to deny the gold. And the gold base is under fire. Dark, he has to engage. Again, I don't know if there's enough Marines here. Roach Ravager's breaking through. The tanks are exposed. And has Oliveira overextended. first line of tanks are going down, but there's a second line behind this. The juggling. Juggling is solid. Oliveira will be able to clean this up. Saves the tank. And maintains those 3 tanks. Gets the Liberator. Maintains the position. Dark has to retreat. But what's important is that Dark, sure, he traded with the army. He didn't kill Oliveira. He didn't reset the army count, but he traded. And Dark, he has the economy. He has 70 workers. He has the gold base still operational. That's what's important. He saves the gold. He fought for the gold base. He holds onto it. It survives, taking another expansion. Dark still can max out. Still has the economy to do so. Wasn't the cleanest of fights, but it didn't have to be. Meanwhile, Oliveira getting his 4th up and running. Spotted. Liberator has towards the right-hand side. And now Dark is going to be forced to defend. Getting into an infestation bit, working towards Hive Tech. Lives are rolling up. Double drop as well. They hit the mineral line. Oh, getting a drone. Repositioning. Jump here at the 5th. 6th base even is denied. Gets a kill on the drone. Nice pickup. And throughout all of this, Oliveira has finally maxed out. He's getting up to 200 supply. Denies the expansion. Liberator's still wreaking havoc. Now, when it comes to the quality of the army, it's very tank heavy, which is ideal against Roach Ravager. Ghost Academy just now finished. The Ghost production is going to be delayed, but I do think the heavier tank count is a little bit better here for Oliveira. So Oliveira is now pushing. The Hive is still not done for Dark. He has no Vipers. Now, without a Hive, without Vipers, it's going to be difficult to engage. He's going to dive in. Lynx push forward. Massive tank line behind this. Lynx, they melt. Oh my god. The Lynx, they do nothing. And Oliveira snowballing out of control. He breaks through the front line. And no Banelings. And without Banelings, the Marines, they reign supreme. He didn't even have to split. Yeah, it just stims and wins. And it looks like Oliveira has done it. GG gets called. Oliveira will take the series 2-1. Advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Oliveira. It's a very intense, very chaotic series. In the end, Dark, his first attack with his Roach Ravager was lackluster, if you recall. That was the moment when Oliveira, he gained momentum and he never let go of it. He got his 4th base up and running. He was able to max out on Bio Tank. And Dark was unable to transition into Ling Bane. He was stuck on Roach Ravager as well. He was trying to take up into Hive. I believe that Hive Tech was for Vipers, but it was too little too late. The Infestation Bit and the Hive Tech was just too late for Dark. Didn't really come into play. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Oliveira will advance on into the semi-finals, and the question becomes who will face off against him. We have the answer. !B in the chat if you guys wish to have a look at the back yourselves. Here we go. Oh, I should probably zoom out a little bit. Hold on. There we go. You can see down here, Max, he took down Creator 2-0, took down Cure 2-0, and Max is now up against Oliveira in the semifinals. When it comes to the upper semis, it looks like Ryung took down Byun 2-0. As we mentioned, Ryung is a TBT sniper, so honestly, Ryung can defeat any Terran in the world. We've seen him bring down Clem. He was dubbed the Clem Crusher earlier this year, and even takes down Byun 2-0. So very impressive stuff there by Ryung. We'll see. I mean, actually, now that I look at the bracket, I would not be opposed to a Ryung versus Clem rematch. That would be spicy. As we scroll up here, you can see, hold on, you can see Clem 2-0 Trap. So Clem took down Trap 2-0. Clem is waiting for the winner of Nightmare and Ryung. He's waiting for that series to finish up. I do slightly favor Nightmare in that series, but again, like part of me, like the fan inside me, wants to see Clem versus Ryung once again. Would be a blast, I'm sure. But for now, we are going to be settling in and getting ready for our semifinals. Again, Oliveira versus MaxPax is going to be up next. Vetoes are underway. Then we'll be jumping in to our first semis. We're going to be casting the upper semis after this. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. We will get there. And yeah, I'm curious to see how MaxPax will perform. Honestly, MaxPax has been struggling as of late. It feels like a lot of players have been able to catch up to MaxPax over the past couple of weeks. We've seen players like Shin, players like, Shin, Clem, Byun as well. They have been able to bring MaxPax down. But what about Oliveira? That is a good question. I mean, Oliveira, he is a world-class player. For those who are maybe unaware, he did come second in the most recent Bulgaria event, second only to Clem. Like, Oliveira popped off. He was able to bring down Rainer and bring down many other top players as well. Oliveira did look very, very strong in the last Premier tournament. So I think I want to give him the edge over MaxPax, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if MaxPax... I mean, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping we can embrace a full series between these two. Here we go. So, oh yeah, I just realized. Yeah, no Zerg players in the tournament. I mean, that's what we're used to. If you're used to watching ESL Open Cup Asia, or... yeah, a lot of these online tournaments usually dominated by Protoss and Terran. If there's ever a Zerg player to rise up amongst the rest, it is usually Dark. Dark is the one to kind of wave that flag, but this week Dark is shut down by Oliveira. We were here to cast Shin versus Nightmare, and Solo went down to Trap. But for now, it looks like we're going on a short break. Yeah, it looks like we should be going on a very short break here. It shouldn't be too long, but our players do need some time to get their vetoes going. And I mean, Oliveira just had an intense series, so he needs a moment to breathe as well after bringing down Dark. I don't blame him. Don't blame him whatsoever. So I do need a moment. And we'll be back soon with our next series. Take this moment to take a breather yourself, get some snacks, get some water, go to the bathroom, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, tuck in your Tempest, and we'll be back soon with our next series with our TVP. See you guys in a couple of minutes. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Warrior TV Monday number 4. Welcome to the semifinals. It's been an intense tournament so far, and we have only 3 series left, both semis and the grand finals. And here we have our first 2 semifinalists as spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the Chinese Terran player, the Red Terran representing Weibo Gaming. It is Oliveira. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. We go. We have our PVT, we have our first semis. And again, this is a matchup that Oliveira has been improving in quite a lot over the past year of play. Was quite public about it, did have an interview where Oliveira did explain that for a long time he was struggling in this matchup, that he was in a way maybe overthinking, was thinking too far ahead, and was kind of in his own head a little bit when it came to the matchup. And then he spoke to Maru. What did Maru say? Some very wise words. He said, mate, you're using your brain too much, Mappy. You're overthinking things, and you should just try to focus on your build and try to make your opponent react to you instead. So as a result, Oliveira has been taking a more aggressive stance and has been a lot more successful as a result. Very much so in the face of his Protoss opponents, and yeah, we'll see how he compares to MaxPax. MaxPax, of course, is the best Protoss player in Europe, but we have seen him falter, we have seen him show weakness against Bjorn in last week, we've seen him show weakness against Clem, but Clem is, best player in the world, so that's it. It's a little bit different, which is also why I'm excited to see how he compares to Oliveira. I'd love to see an ace match, regardless of how this goes. I'd love to see a back and forth. I would not want to see a 2-0 in either direction, but we'll see. We'll see where the series will take us. Also, before I forget, I apologize, I just got into the cast. If you're in the chat, get your gamba going. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. You have a couple of minutes to make that decision yourself. Will it go the way of MaxPax or the way of Oliveira? Best of luck. Best of luck. I do think it's going to be a close one. So good luck with your gamba, as it is going to be a Twilight Council opener from MaxPax. So Twilight Council to blink. The first Zealot has arrived. Going to be being an annoyance here and will delay the CC. Will chase that SCV back. And, does force a couple of extra boys to be pulled as well. So far, good control out of Oliveira to save his workers. The Marines, they focus on the Zealot. The Adept has arrived. He gets 1 SCV. Just the one, though. So some nice damage by MaxPax. He only kills 1 worker, but he did force 4 of the mineral line. He was, of course, delaying the CC as well. Damage was dealt. Damage there from MaxPax. Reinforcing with a second Adept will threaten the shade. So far, Oliveira is keeping up. He's able to lift up those depots just in time. And behind this, getting to his own 1-1-1. Getting to safety Cyclones. Bearing in mind, Oliveira did not go for an SCV Scout. He did not go for a Reaper Scout either. Because of that, Cyclones make sense. In case it was a Stargate opener with Oracles or Phoenixes, he will have Cyclones to help deal with that. So just a very well-rounded follow-up here by Oliveira, as he's uncertain as to what's really going on. So just opening up safely, and following it up with what looks to be a Cyclone drop. Adepts, they get in! Oh, that should not have happened. They Jew shade into the main base. They will delay the starports, or sorry, they'll delay the second racks. SCVs are going down, boys are being pulled in. That's going to be 3, that's going to be up! Yeah, 3 SCV kills, and a full scout. So very nice damage here by MaxPax. Oliveira going to attempt a counterattack. Ooh, I do apologize for some of the frame drops that are happening in game. That's on me. Basically, because we were casting on Korea, the VPN is still going, so I just have to turn it off. I will do so after this game. As Cyclones are pushing in. Oh. Catching 2 Stalkers. Not bad, but the Marines are caught out, and the drop does slip into the main. Alas, MaxPax is keeping up. Will shut down the drop. Yeah, blinks in, takes down the medevac, takes down the Cyclone as well. Nice defense by MaxPax. Now we can counterattack. Warp Prism is up and running. How many gateways do we have to work with? 4 gates. It's 4 gate blink. 4 gate blink at a max packs. Diving into the natural. We'll be punished though. We'll be forced back. Catching out the Raven, rotating towards the main. Tank does reposition. Oliveira does get here in time, but we'll lose the depot. And here comes another massive warp in. Again, 4 stalkers at a time. Takes down the depot. Threatens the main. Blinks away. Getting his third base up and running. Max Packs going to take an economic lead. So far, so good. No major losses here from Max Packs. Did miss the Raven, though, and the Raven will slip into the natural. Does get in, goes for the auto harass. At the same time, Max Packs reinforcing. Can he get Stim? Going for the tank even. Yeah, one better. The tank goes down. Oliveira trying to reposition. Another tank is going to fall as well, and this may just be too much damage. Yeah, 4 gate blink, snowballing out of control. Takes down both tanks. Boys are being pulled. SCVs are falling. And these are hefty losses for Oliveira. Yeah, again, 4 gate blink can be so punishing here. GG gets called. It's game-ending damage, and Max Packs will take game number 1. Whew. GG. And I will turn off the VPN. I got you. I got you. But GG, well played. Max Packs will take a lead. Again, it was a 4 gate blink build. It was very aggressive at a Max Packs, and even though Oliveira did have some decent Sim City and he had his tanks getting in position, he had no support. He did need to keep up with the rotations with his bio army, either with bunkers or with just the bio army keeping up to protect those tanks. As we saw, they were left vulnerable, especially the tank in the main, and time again, Max Packs did punish. With that, we're now getting into game number 2, and this series could end here and now. Again, I'm hoping for a game 3. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I feel like we didn't really get much out of game 1. Game 1 was just, 4 gate blink, GG. It was there wasn't unfortunately there wasn't really much counterplay available there for Oliveira, just because he was so underprepared for those blink stalkers. So hopefully we can get a little bit more out of game 2. Here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Chinese Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Oliveira. Down in this series, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, 1 game away from making it to the grand finals, we have the Blue Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Max Packs. There we go. Now everything is smooth. Again, for those who are curious, because we were casting on the Korean server earlier, I did have a VPN going, but I forgot to turn it off. So that's why there was some frame drops in the last game, but now everything should be as smooth as could be. Everything should be much more comfortable now. If we do end up going back to Korea, though, we'll have to turn it back on, so I have to remember that. Do have to remember. Max Packs is moving out across the map, just going for his scouts. Oliveira opening up with a single gas geyser. So just an economic opener here from our Red Terran. It's just going to be an economic start. Racks expand. The probe will confirm. Oliveira, Max Packs checks that gas geyser, confirms it hasn't been taken. And now Max Packs knows that a CC is on the horizon. Is aware. Speaking of CC, it's being thrown down on the high ground. The probe does attempt to rescout, and Max Packs is denied. He can make an educated guess that there is a command center, but technically it could be like a weird one base all-in, with like a delayed second gas or second and third racks. Like there's like some quirky like fringe builds. For the most part, though, Max Packs should be feeling pretty safe. Should be. So players are settling in. And we'll see. I mean, MaxPax should be going for another Twilight Council Blink-based opener. The reason why I say this is because the map is quite small. Larger maps are where Phoenixes can thrive. So Stargate openers, they can do really well on a map like Alkiane, on Site Delta, for example. They can really thrive. On smaller maps, it's that much riskier to really embrace that just because you can be punished so hard and so quick by a ground-based army. So there it is, Twilight Council all the way from MaxPax. Again, very sensible, very safe. The Adept does also get eyes on the factory and the lack of add-on. Hellions are being produced. Hellion is also revealed to the Shade. Oliveira going for a Cyclone follow-up. Likewise, Adepts, they do shade past the main army. Up the ramp, Adept goes down. Again, these are still nice trades here for MaxPax. We'll eventually lose the Adept, but does take down the Hellion. With that, Oliveira can finally expand, following this up with Cyclones with his own drop. Until then, MaxPax, he's again just trying to poke in and find whatever value he can. He's going to be shut down by the Cyclone, though. Yeah, the Stalker should fall. So nice pick up here from Oliveira. And behind this, the question becomes, how many gateways? We already knew the Blink was coming, and so far we have one gateway in the main. We have a second gateway here at the Natural, soon to be a third, so 3-gate Blink at least. And do we just go up to 4 gates? We could. Marines do drop in. Cyclone getting a local, but there's a shield battery, there's Nova Charge. Oh, Cyclone goes down. And Oliveira has to pull away. Unfortunately, was unable to save that Cyclone. Without it, Oliveira can't really push in. And MaxPax is going for a very safe opener. This time, only 3 gates. So it's going to be 3-gate Blink into a third. So a safer, more economic opener from MaxPax this time compared to game 1. Of course, the Stalkers have to be respected, and Oliveira has to be ready for this. We have a bunker on the low ground. We have a tank as well. Soon to be a tank on the high ground as well. Stalkers do poke in. They don't quite get anything, though. MaxPax does overextend, rotating towards the main. But the tank will arrive in time. Yeah, the tank is ready. You can see the Bio Army in between the bases. Oliveira, he does respond. Trying to bait the army into tank range. Oh! Tank bullet goes off. MaxPax hits one Marine. At the same time, orders are harassed across the map, getting a probe. Just the one. It's the one worker. Tries to dive into the main. MaxPax getting a 4th, or at least looking to. Getting his 3rd up and running. And the game will continue. We can get into it, some StarCraft. Let's go. Did I speak too soon? MaxPax blinks in. Going for the Marines. Going for the tank. He's going to be punished, though. There are 2 Marauders behind this. Stim is not quite yet done. Nice blinking and nice juggling from MaxPax. Does pull away. Boy's being pulled as well. Trying to get into the mix. The juggle micro, though. From both players, MaxPax and Oliveira. Oliveira will hold. Oliveira will survive. But he did lose a tank. Alas, with the completion of Stim, MaxPax shouldn't be able to get much done. So he does hit the Natural. Gets another tank. Oliveira out of position. Tank goes down. Bunker as well. Again, Oliveira just having a hard time keeping up. With both tanks falling, Oliveira, he can't really counterattack. Not as hard. Not anymore. Gets a Stalker. Gets another. Let's getting a 3rd. But last MaxPax, he does blink away in time. Scan reveals full saturation. Reveals the gas being taken as well. And Oliveira, he has to get something done. He's going for a third. It is spotted by the observer. MaxPax, he's aware. He knows. Raven dipping in. Gets a probe. Gets 2. Oh, gets 3. 3 probe kills. Not bad. We spoke earlier, but 4th base is now being taken by MaxPax.
Game paused.
And it looks like we do have a bit of a pause here. Hopefully everything is okay, whether it's some hardware issues or, again, maybe something's happening IRL. It's all good. More than happy to take a moment here. Thankfully, there's no big fight happening. There's no big engagement. There is currently a lot of pressure on Oliveira, but at least he's kind of survived the early game, which is more than I can say for game 1. At least Oliveira, he has a presence on the map. But it's still a very tense situation here, and MaxPax, I mean, in the midst of taking a 4th base, the pressure's on Oliveira. Ooh. Okay, we're good. Looks like there was an issue with the monitor.
Game resumed.
We do get back in. MaxPax does catch 2 SCVs. Flinging into the main. Oh, the mine shots! Oh, the punish! Not bad! Wouldn't mind to go up. They take down a good chunk of stalkers. Nice spread there from MaxPax, avoiding splash damage. That could have been so much worse, but regardless, it's going to be a one-way trip, and we do overextend. MaxPax throwing away almost every single stalker. 1 stalker recalls back home. 1 stalker makes it back. Yeah, MaxPax gets punished so hard for being overly aggressive, and now Oliveira suddenly has momentum. Suddenly Oliveira can break out. You can see MaxPax desperately getting ready for a counterattack. Zelts towards the natural, Zelts towards the south. But Oliveira, he sends everything right down mid. And can Oliveira break the main army? There are force fields. Uh-oh. Yeah, the force fields at this choke point can be brutal. Oliveira, he avoids it. Back at home, reinforcements, they clean up the Zelts. A lot of SCVs are going down. Oliveira, he's going to be that much more committed, that much more all in. Will at least zone the army away and will take down the expansion. Oh, nice on Burrow. Oliveira saving the mine shot for a probe. Zelts are still wreaking havoc. More SCVs are going down. Oh, Oliveira, he's just completely all in. There are the force fields. A nice pickup there from Oliveira. Does save most of his units, but time is working against him. He has to keep going. He killed the 4th. That's good, but not good enough. He is down to 32 SCVs. Now there's a Colossus. Colossus has arrived. The Bio Army is that much more vulnerable. Hitting with the Stalkers. Pulling away. Zelts, they keep the reinforcements back at home as well. And Oliveira has begun Ghost production, but again, like, he's got to pull the trigger soon. I don't know if he can afford to wait for Ghosts, but even then, I feel like he might have just missed his window. I mean, with the arrival of the Colossus, it's going to be hard to break. Here come reinforcements. There's 1 Viking. Just rallying everything across the map. The ghosts have arrived. Observer does confirm the ghost. Oh. And on MaxPax, he wants it. He wants the ghost. Oh, gets an EMP. Yeah, force EMP the stalkers instead of the main army. The Colossus are exposed. Massive pickup. Gets 1. 1 Colossus goes down. Second Colossus as well. It looks like Oliveira has done it. He has broken through. MaxPax was being cheeky. He was catching out the ghosts. But really, MaxPax, he exposed himself. He exposed himself. The Immortals went down. The Colossus as well. There's 1 more Colossus on the way. But it looks like Oliveira has done it. We gotta keep going. Gets a 3rd. And again, he has to keep pushing. He's checking the 4th once again, but there is no expansion. Stims back in. Going for a Doom drop. Colossus has arrived. But the army drops into the main. Going for the production. Can MaxPax hold with 1 Colossus? Gateways are depowered. Oh, extendable lance is denied. And Oliveira, he has to play carefully. Has to pull away. Respecting the Colossus. No, leaves 1 ghost behind. Oh, it was a tough call to make. 1 ghost does fall. That's a pretty big pickup. Oliveira gets forced out. Suddenly, Oliveira has the better economy. Up to 45 SCVs. The power of the mule. Let's go. Economically, he's back in the lead, and now suddenly MaxPax is the one that's all in. He's down to 2 bases, down to 1.5 base economy. But can he break his opponent with 2 Colossus? Serve the lamps. Almost done. It's about to finish. And this army is down to 1 ghost. As 1 did go down earlier. Got more ghosts coming in. Observer gets sniped. Oh, nice save. Oliveira. Does the Widowmine. Nice spread there by MaxPax. Avoid splash damage. DT into the main. Dark Templar are waddling in. They're pulling Oliveira apart. DTs in this kind of game state are brutal. There's 1 more DT at the natural. It's slipping in. SCVs are going down. Oliveira, though, he wants the fight. Lands the EMP. Takes down the Colossus. And it looks like Oliveira, he should have enough. Yeah, comes in for the surround. Cleans up every single unit. And we go into the ace match. GG gets called. And Oliveira ties up the series 1-1. We're going to game 3. Let's go. GG, well played. A very intense game. MaxPax, he did have a very strong start. We essentially forced an all-in out of Oliveira. And I was concerned. that Oliveira was taking too long. If you remember, Oliveira, he was all-in. He moved out. He killed the 4th, but he needed more than the 4th base. And that was the moment where MaxPax, he scouted. He saw the ghost production. He did rally and rotate his stalkers all the way around to snipe the ghost. He did get it, but that also meant that his main army was exposed. Specifically robo units. The Colossus and the Immortal, they were exposed because the Stalkers, they were on their own mission. And in that moment, Oliveira, he pulled the trigger. He sniped every single robo unit, and that was it then and there. Did break the defenses at the 3rd. Did break MaxPax's army. GG. GG, well played. Ooh, a very intense game. Now we're getting into the ace match. And again, this is all that I did once, at least, is a back and forth ace match between Oliveira and MaxPax. We can now embrace it. And how does this story end? Does Oliveira advance onto the finals, or does MaxPax bounce back? Let's find out. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our Chinese Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Weibo Gaming, tying up the series 1-1. Can he take it all the way? It is Oliveira. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Storm Gaming, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is MaxPax. Here we go. As we can take a moment, we can take a breath. MaxPax is going to be settling in, so is Oliveira. And every game so far, MaxPax has gone for a Twilight Council opener of some kind. Game 1 was 4-gate blink. Game 2 was 3-gate blink. Game 3, on a much larger map like Alcyone, we could see a Stargate opener instead. Into Phoenixes, we could see 2-gate blink into a faster 3rd. MaxPax can afford to be a little bit greedier on a map like this. We'll see. Or he might just revert back to aggression, like game 1, and just go 4-gate blink Stalker and just send it. As Oliveira is going double gas. Interesting. Double gas opener out of the Terran player. I think this is the first time in this series that Oliveira is opening up double gas. I believe so. Now with this means the CC is going to be delayed, and Oliveira is going for a faster factory. MaxPax didn't... Oh, I believe he may have seen the transferring SCVs, or I should say the mining SCVs. So there you go, MaxPax does confirm. Factory gets placed. And from here, Oliveira can go into a Widowmine drop opener, he can go into a Cyclone drop, he can go into Reacted Reaper Hellion, he can even go into a 1-base all-in. What's it going to be? With this SCV, okay, we're going to be expanding on the low ground. Oliveira, he's going for his command center. Thankfully, no 1-base all-in, but aggression nonetheless. As we settle into this, yo, a shout. Oh, is that really Kozan? Oh my god. It's really him. Let's go. A shout out to Kozad in the chat. Thank you so much, Papi. Gracias. Hope you have been having a great time. Hope you've been enjoying yourself. Take care, Papi. Take care. Thank you so much for subscribing for 2 months. Gracias, Papi. Gracias. Quack. Now, with that double gas opener, we have confirmation. It is a double reacted Reaper Hellion. So it is a very aggressive opener here. Reaper Hellion. Adept does dip in. We'll get a scout. We'll delay the command center. Nice pickups here from MaxPax. Won't quite get the SCV, but does delay. And does get eyes on the initial unit production. Now, with this many Reapers and Hellions, the goal is to bust into the mineral line. Is to break through the defenses here of the gateway units, the Stalkers, and the Adepts. Get into a mineral line and roast up those probes. We'll see if Oliveira can pull this off. We'll see if he can pull it off. For now, the Zelnaga will confirm. First Reaper goes down. Massive pickup. Adepts a shade pass, and they force the entire army back home. Oliveira, he's forced all the way back. Has to respond. Adepts a delay the CC even further. Massive pickups. 2 more SCVs go down. Oh, and this opener from Oliveira, it's not really working out too well here. Again, time is working against him. The longer this goes on, the more difficult it's going to be for this army to get into the mineral line and actually get some damage. Likewise, was delayed, was brought back. Big delay in the CC. Adepts, they just keep shading in. This time there are Marines. And finally, Oliveira can focus on his aggression. But back at home, there are Stalkers. It's too late at this point. There are Stalkers, there's SimCity, there's a Wolof. MaxPax has help. Now behind this, Oliveira is getting to his own 3-1-1, working towards a stim follow-up. It's not like Oliveira's out of this game, but the opener was just a little bit lackluster, just because of how committed and how aggressive it was. Well, Oliveira following up with stim, with tank production. Likewise, we do have our opener from MaxPax. It is going to be Blink. So once again, Twilight Council with the Blink. How many gates? We have 2 gateways in the main, and we have 2 gateways at the natural. Looks like we are reverting back to game 1. It's going to be 4 gates, Blink Stalker. Oh boy. And now I'm even more concerned for Oliveira. We're going to have a lot of Stalkers to work with. MaxPax going for a massive counterattack, and what is it to defend? There's 1 tank on the low ground, there's 1 tank on the high ground, but there are 0 bunkers. Uh-oh. There we go. Bunker has now begun. At least at the natural, Stalkers have arrived. This is going to be a tough hold for Oliveira. Stalkers, they go for the dive. Yeah, the first tank goes down. Massive pickup. Bunker is too late. The army is going to be able to punish some of these Stalkers at least. 1 Stalker goes down. But just the 1. As the Bunker is about to finish, but still needs a couple more seconds. Bunker is delayed. More Stalkers on the way. MaxPax, he knows how close he is to just breaking Oliveira here and now. Bunker does finish. Tank is able to replace. Tank does reinforce. MaxPax rotates over into the main. No Bunker in position, but we have 2 Marauders. Marauders have arrived just in time, and Oliveira holds. Whew. Oh boy, that was intense. Does force back the army. Again, the Marauders, they popped out just when he needed them most. MaxPax is coming back in. The Observer does spot the rotation. MaxPax trying to pull his opponent out of position. Does blink to low ground. Once again, 1 more tank goes down. Another tank as well. Oliveira just doesn't have the supply to defend both locations at once. Does target down another Stalker. The Stalkers are so low. But MaxPax, that's been 3 tank kills already. He's not done. He reinforces once again. And he will take down the Bunker. Repair's not in time. And it looks like MaxPax may just be able to overwhelm. But Oliveira does have stim. Stims forward. Forces back the Stalkers. Behind this, MaxPax getting his 3rd base up and running, working towards charge. Forge on the way for +1. And again, it's just a numbers game at this point. GG gets called. Oliveira, he gets overwhelmed, and MaxPax will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. The punish was real. Oliveira had a very aggressive start with the initial Reaper Hellion. It was lackluster. It didn't really get any damage done, and that meant that Oliveira, he was just the 1 step or even half step behind when it came to setting up his defense. We saw that the Bunker was a couple of seconds too late. Because of that, the natural was abused. We saw the first tank going down real quick, and MaxPax, he snowballed from there, sniping tank after tank, and never really allowed Oliveira to stabilize. Never did allow him to stabilize with that. GG, well played. Max will advance on to the grand finals, and the question becomes who will face off against him. It's going to be a TVP between Clem and his Protoss opponent, Nightmare. Let's go. As we have confirmation, Nightmare did take down Ryung. Let me just quickly double check. 2-0. So very strong showing from Nightmare. I mean, hey, Nightmare, he is the turtle. Is the tenacious turtle from this morning. So Nightmare, one of the more favored players to take the entire tournament. We'll see if Clem can slow him down. We shall see. As we're jumping into our next TVP. Looks like the vetoes are done. We are loading into our next series. And if you're in the chats, you know what time it is. You know what time it is, Papi. The predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Who you think will advance on to face off against Max in the grand finals. Best of luck with your predictions. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the French Terran player, the reigning world champion, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is Nightmare. Real Kozan? Probably not. Oh, no. Oh, it's the NA Terran player, Kozan. I see, I see. With that, GG well played. Again, we're going to be settling in. Nightmare, he has been a pretty terrifying player over the past couple of weeks. For those that are maybe unaware, Nightmare, he is the reigning champion of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle this morning. He was able to bring down some big names. Who did he bring down? Bjorn. Nightmare, he defeated Bjorn this morning. He defeated Estrella. He defeated Bjorn last week. Nightmare, he has some of the best PvT in the world. Usually where Nightmare falters is PvZ, but as we took note of earlier, there are 0 Zerg players left in the tournament, so this is a little bit more ideal for Nightmare. Likewise though, he isn't just up against a Terran player, he's up against the best player in the world. Like, he's up against Clem, the current reigning champion, the world champion. So he's built a little bit different, he's not your typical Terran player. And we do see Clem opening up with an eBay block across the map. When forcing the unnatural natural, already an uncomfortable start for Nightmare. Already looking quite uncomfortable. Now again, a way to abuse this is to follow this up with Hellion Cyclone. The reason for that, of course, is because Nightmare is split between 2 bases. He's split between his third and his main, and it can be quite difficult to defend both bases at once, and the Terran player can abuse that. Behind this is going to be a factory follow-up into a CC. I'm curious if Clem does decide to go Cyclone. Or even Hellion. Here we go. He is setting up for the add-on reactor on the factory. Yeah, and he is going for reactor Hellion production. Now it takes 3 Hellions to one-shot a probe. Or 2 Hellions can 2-shot. So Hellions, they can definitely pose a threat to a mineral line. So we're going to be banking up Hellions. And the goal here is to either head towards the main or the natural, wherever is least defended. Meanwhile, Nightmare, he's looking for proxies. He does scout towards the south. He sets up a proxy pylon. Ooh, interesting. 3 gates. There's 3 gates back at home, 1 gateway across the map. It's going to be 4-gate aggression from Nightmare. Basically, his answer here to defending these 2 bases is to be aggressive. The best defense is sometimes a strong offense. And his goal here is to try to keep Clem pinned back at home, which is Mass Stalker. Assuming he, yeah, there we go. Yeah, assuming he goes for the 4th gateway. 4th gateway has been placed. That's a lot of gateways. That's a lot of Stalkers. Hellions are moving out. Shield battery is almost done. It's going to be 4 Hellions for Clem, following it up with the Cyclone as well. And we'll see if Nightmare can keep up. Hellions, they will rush past the first couple of Stalkers. 1 probe goes down. 1 Hellion falls, but 3 Hellions can one-shot. They do get in. Hellions, they get behind the mineral line, and probes are now going down. Oh, it's going to be 5 probes so far. We're getting up to 8. Oh my god, 9 probe kills. 9 probes fall. The Hellions are cleaned up, and now it's time to counterattack. That is good damage for Clem. It's a strong start for the Terran. But now, what about the counterattack? Here we go, warping in 4 Stalkers at a time. Nightmare is moving out, and Clem does not have a bunker. There's no bunker on the low ground. He does have a Cyclone though. He has a tank on the way. That tank is going to be crucial here in the defense. Cyclone as well. And we can see Nightmare rallying everything together. He's going to be pushing in. Nice positioning with the Cyclone. 1 Marine goes down. The tank is almost done. And the Stalkers, they dive on top of the Cyclone. 1 more volley away from going down, but the tank has sieged. And can the tank be targeted? Up! Oh my god, gets another shot off. Tank falls. Only 3 Marines left. Down to 2. Oh my god, it's still so close. The final Marine falls. We have 2 more on the way. Liberator has arrived, and Clem has held the main. He's held the main base, saves most of his SCVs. Adept gets cleaned up, but Nightmare has control of the low ground. He has control of the natural. And behind this, Nightmare is making workers, working towards charge. Oof. Second tank has arrived. And eventually, Clem, he'll be able to regain control. Yeah, Liberator moves out, tank as well. The CC gets low, but Nightmare can't really threaten this space anymore. Oof. Gets another SCV. Adepts will be threatening a shade. Do they go for the tank? Do they go for the mineral line? Oh my god. They're going for the Marines. Forcing friendly fire. But the splash damage is brutal. Adepts are cleaned up. Most Marines survive. Nice auto charge here for Clem. And again, Clem is held. Clem has held. Meanwhile, there's no third. I spoke too soon. Nightmare is thinking about a third base. Throws down the pylon. Now, I believe with charge finishing up and with this gateway explosion, I don't like the idea of Nightmare trying to break the natural. I don't think that's the call to make, but he can catch any kind of counterattack. He can try to catch any kind of move out instead. Especially with this kind of SimCity. Nightmare, does he pull the trigger? He has not expanded yet. Oh, there we go. Third base now on the way. He actually warps in. Never mind. He goes for another warp in. Throws out another gateway. He's committed. He's going for the all-in. He's crazy. I don't think he can break that. It's not going to happen. No shot. No way. Now he expands. Now reality sets in. He's like, ooh, that's not going to work. It's like, that's not going to happen, Bobby. And I'm a little bit concerned because basically this third base was delayed in favor of extra gateways. Like, these gateways represented the third, and as a result, it's quite late. Nightmare is now working towards a longer game, but it's kind of a late transition for Nightmare. It is a late transition. Because of that, the third base timing for the Protoss is quite similar to the third base timing of the Terran, which is not what a Protoss, nowhere a Protoss wants to be. They want to be up a base, not even on bases. So it's going to be an uphill battle here for Nightmare. He didn't do too poorly when it came to the first push and the first wave of aggression, but it has been stuck on this a little bit too long. Results have to back off. Clem can now expand, can now take a third. Storm is on the way, and that can kind of make or break a fight here for Nightmare. True. Storms can pop up. Meanwhile, the proxy is found. Proxy is cleaned up. Auto-charge harass into the mineral line. Getting 2 probes, getting 3 probes. 3 probe kills. Clem is ahead in the economy. We're even on workers plus mules. So Clem has the lead. And is even taking his third. Nightmare's own third, still getting up and running. Army moves out. Nightmare is aware. Nightmare is ready for a Zealot counterattack to try to drag the army back home. That is kind of the best case scenario for Nightmare. Ooh, Zealots are spotted. Clem, he doesn't flinch. He just keeps on going. He has a massive death bull of an army. Clem has, what, a 40 supply lead. There are storms available for Nightmare. Clem, he stims in, takes out the shield battery, denies the overcharge. The tank positioning is brutal. The storm zones away. Oh my god, a better storm towards the end. Takes out a massive chunk of Marines. Zelta coming from behind, they go for the tanks. But only one tank goes down. Again, the storms are good, but we need more than just storms. Liberator comes in from behind. High Templar being targeted down one after the other. And it looks like Clem has done it. GG gets called. Clem will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played, Clem. We'll take a lead in the series. A very strong start here. Nightmare, he didn't look too bad with his initial opener, or I should say with his follow-up, to go for the 4-gate aggression. He was able to get some damage. He had control of the low ground, but again, did overcommit and didn't quite respect the defensive position of Clem enough. By the time he realized what was going on, it was a little bit too late. Just because of how late his third base was, how late charge, or how late his saturation, late his economy. With that, Clem did snowball out of control. And now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Getting into game 2, going to be on Alkione. Here we go. Oh, hello, Asheri. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Good to see you. We go. So getting into game 2. Yeah, see in the chat. Terran Toolkit is just way too strong. There's a time and place, you know, for some crying about balance. This is not the time, this is not the place. Talking about literally the best player in the world. Like, you're like, he's crazy. He's like, yeah, he's meant to be. He's cracked, man. Oh my god. And now we're getting into game 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Nightmare. Ooh, and Clem, it's his turn to be the aggressor, going for the proxy across the map. The Rax has been placed. Based on its positioning, I don't think we can actually fit an add-on next to it, so this should be more of a Reaper proxy. Nightmare is going to be scouting, but he does miss the Rax. Probe is moving out across the map. Meanwhile, speaking of Asheri, shout out to Asheri. Gaha, papi, gaha. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 20 months. That's a lot of months, almost 2 years. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. We do appreciate. As the gases have been taken, the probe scout does confirm, like, hold up. Where is your Rax? Where is your production? What exactly is going on? Now, it is not uncommon for Terran players to hide their Rax further back in the main, or in the natural, or even in the third base as well. So Nightmare, he's checking. You'll see him rallying and actually checking those locations, as we did mention them, to make sure it's a real or a fake proxy. And we can see, of course, it is just the initial Reaper with a bunker on the low ground. Now, the purpose of this build here, the proxy Reaper into bunker, is to deny mining at the natural for as long as possible. Really good positioning here with the bunker. It's within range of the shield battery, of the pylon. The SCV is taking a lot of damage, but the RNG so far is solid, and Clem does manage to micro that SCV over to the other side. And the other side, once again, looks like the bunker should complete. It's going to be close. Oh, yeah, the bunker should finish. Zealot does pop in, though. Is going for the SCV. Barely unable to get it. The bunker does complete. And with that, mining is going to be denied. Reaper gets into the main base. 2 probe kills already. 2 probes go down. Oh, getting a third. Do we get a fourth? 4 probe kills? Not like this. 4 workers go down. Reaper survives. Ooh, but the bunker is salvaged. Interesting. Clem does abandon that position. And Nightmare holds. Nightmare does hold. He cancels the shield battery, can get into mining. We can embrace a longer game. But that was still good damage early on. That was how many probes? That was 4 probe kills for 1 Reaper. So a very nice start for Clem. Unfortunately, he wanted a little bit more damage. It looks like the Zealot was able to do too much to the bunker. So it did force a salvage. Otherwise, Clem could have tried to maintain himself. Likewise, Reaper is zoned away, and back at home, Clem is now expanding. Clem is taking his natural and interesting, going into reactored Cyclone production. Okay, very aggressive follow-up. Reaper dips into natural. Stalkers are out of position. Yeah, Nightmare. He is not where he needs to be. Probes are going down. Instead, Nightmare going for a counterattack. Gonna be 2 probe kills. Reaper falls. Stalkers across the map. But there's not much they can get done. And against 2 Cyclones, yeah, the Stalkers have to get the hell out of here. Against these early game Cyclones, the Stalkers, they can't really hold a candle to this. From here, Clem can now expand, settling into his 3-1-1. Likewise, Nightmare also going to be settling in and should soon be expanding himself. And when it comes to the tech opener, it is going to be a Twilight counter for Nightmare. It's going to be Blink. And how many gates? We have 1 gateway in the main. We have a 2nd gateway here and a 3rd gateway on the way. 3-gate Blink. Very safe opener by Nightmare. Cyclones have arrived. Shield battery, it looks like it will finish up in time. So far, Nightmare, he's holding. Oh! Battle backdrop is denied. Nightmare holds his own. Going for the Robo. We go. Clem does hit the main. Sniper the pylon. Oh, does attempt to. Gets a good amount of damage, but Nightmare is going to be able to hold on. Nightmare does hold. Interestingly enough, Nightmare is going for further tech instead of expanding. It's a very late 3rd base for Nightmare, getting into a Templar Archives, working towards Storm, working towards Archons. A very tech-heavy opener here by Nightmare. And this might just lead into an all-in. Yeah, 2 more gates. Yeah, it's all-in. Let's go! So it's going to be a straight-up 2-base all-in here from Nightmare. We are not expanding. We're not taking a 3rd. It's all or nothing. How many gates? It is going to be a 7-gate setup here from Nightmare. 7 gateways, charge, Archons, looks like no Storm. But before Nightmare can really get his 2-base all-in going, there we go, Storm is not being researched, Clem is going to try to scout. He has to drop towards the left. He has a Raven here on the right. So far, he's being zoned away. Clem is not fully aware of what's going on. Looks like Clem does spot the Observer. He wants it! He wants the Observer! Attempts to, but won't quite chase it down. And here we go, Clem is moving out. Now, I'm not really fond of this move out. Nightmare is expanding, that's true, but, I mean, because of all these gateways, we have a lot of Zealots to work with, assuming we can warp in. Storm is about to finish in 10 seconds. Drop into the natural. Clem does spot the timing of the expansion. Will get within range, will force a cancel on the 3rd. Yeah, there's no saving the 3rd. 6 probes go down. There's a cancel. And Nightmare is still building up more Zealots. Scan does reveal this. Yeah, Clem, he's aware of Storm. He has to get the hell out of here. Force the siege. And Master Tank Boy is going off. Storms are coming in. Decent Storms. Prism goes down. Nightmare will clean this up, but he will lose. Oh, another High Templar. And we gotta keep going. Send it, Pappy. Send it. Raven harass into the main. Nightmare gonna be expanding. Back at home, Clem doesn't have much to defend. He's throwing down more SimCity, more depots, defending that bunker. Unfortunately, Nightmare, he lost all of his High Templar. If he had like 2 High Templar and 2 Storms, he could totally break this. He could even try to kill Clem. But without Storm, again, this army is that much less threatening. You can see if we warp in 4 High Templar, Nightmare, he's waiting for them to gather energy. And by the time they do gather that energy, I mean, Clem is looking more secure. Building up more Raxes. Third CC is almost done. And instead, Nightmare is going to try to contain and expand. So despite the fight going Nightmare's way, I do still favor Clem. Can now take his third. Observer finally gets shut down. As Clem did spot it. Again, now Clem just switching into a bio-mine heavy composition. Ghost production has begun. EMPs are going to be available. Likewise, now Nightmare has that Storm. He has 4 High Templar, 4 Storms available, at least 4. And can he push into this? I mean, if he can avoid some of that splash damage, then I think he can. Uh-oh. But not... The Prism! No! Oh, okay. He spots the Widow Mines. He spots them! Massive Storm! Storm on the mines. Second Storm as well. Cleans up most of the Widow Mines. There's still 3 left. And I believe 2 Storms have been spent. There's 2 Storms remaining. And Nightmare backs off. Nightmare, he does... Oh, the Prism! No! He leaves it! Leaves the idol. Massive pickoff! Oh, no! That was 4 High Templar. Nightmare! 4 High Templar go down. Massive pickoff. And now Clem is no longer out of control. He can break out. There's nothing to stop him. There's Zealots, 1 Archon, and a handful gateway. He just has 1 High Templar to defend. 1 High Templar, 1 Storm in a dream. There's the Storm. That's all we had left. Oh, no, 1 more Storm. Let's go. Not bad. Storms a zone back the army. Zealots ready for a surround. Nightmare, can he pull this off? Mind just getting baited out. Zealots coming from behind. And Nightmare, he collapses on the main army. And it does force a pickup. Nightmare holds. Whew, he barely does hold on. But again, still just barely. He's still up against the wall, still less than ideal. Again, imagine how much more clean that defense would have been with 4 more Storms, with 4 more High Templar. Ay, ay, ay. Order charge into the main. And Clemmy just keeps the pressure up, keeps it on. Just rallying everything across the map. Now there is 1 Colossus. Ghost coming in. Then the EMP. Take down the first Archon. Archon goes down. No overcharge. No shield battery. High Templar gathering energy. Here comes the Storms. The EMP. EMP does hit first. No Storms. And now Clemmy can stim and he can win. He can just focus on whatever there's left. The Colossus, the High Templar, the Archons. And Nightmare just has nothing remaining. GG gets called. Clem will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. Whew. GG. GG, well played. The Terran tool, it's just too much. It's the kid is just, it's too big. Kappa. As Clem takes it to the 0. Again, unfortunately, just some interesting play out of Nightmare is what I will wind it back to. If you recall, Nightmare started off with the 2 base all-in. He heavily delayed his 3rd in favor of all these charge lots. He wasn't quite able to make use of them, though, if you recall. When it came to the first move out, he was forced to spend his Storms defensively instead, which meant that Clem was safe and sound back at home. Clem was able to buy plenty of time, of course, to build up a stronger Bioforce, and Nightmare had never really intended to get into an economic game. His 3rd was so late, his saturation was so late, was playing very aggressively, very committed, didn't quite pay off in the end. There were some good moments for Nightmare, definitely, but yeah, alas, they were still not quite enough to overcome the power of Clem. Not enough. Not enough. GG, well played. Oh. And with that, we are jumping into our grand finals. We have our 2 finalists. It's going to be another TVP between Clem and MaxPax. Let's go. We have our best of 5, we have our TVP, and this is going to be an interesting one. Now, we've been casting a lot of Clem and MaxPax in the aftermath of EWC. It's one of those things where Clem, he looked so dominant. He looked terrifying at the Esports World Cup. And there was always kind of like that question like, oh, but you know, MaxPax, he doesn't travel to these offline events. I wonder, how does MaxPax compare to Clem? And then they played in WTL. And then they played in the ESL Open Cups again in the weeks after EWC. And Clem was dominant. It was crazy. Like, Clem was 3-0ing and 2-0ing MaxPax time and time again. Clem was looking insane. Honestly, when it came to the TVPs, Hero and Showtime were looking a little bit more informed than MaxPax against Clem. Part of that could be because, you know, Clem was, of course, training in Korea and practicing in Korea, so MaxPax had less practice against Clem. But the reverse is also true, where Clem also had less practice against MaxPax, but was still dominant regardless. So, again, in the weeks preceding EWC, like, Clem was looking so good and so powerful. Now it's been a little bit longer. Clem, he took a break. He went to Greece. You know, he had a bit of a vacation. Now he's back. And likewise, MaxPax has also been refining himself and also has been able to study Clem a little bit more to kind of be more prepared for him. I still do favor Clem, but MaxPax has been able to take some games here and there recently. He can definitely pose a threat to Clem. He can take a series, a full best of 5. I'm a little bit less certain of. I do want to believe that MaxPax, he can take a best of 3. Best of 5, that much more pressure. We'll see if he can. We'll see if MaxPax can pull it off. We'll see if he can bring Clem down. So we're getting ready for those finals. Here we go. Papi Pato, you look handsome. Este Cristiano. Oh my. Oh, papi. Ronaldo. Cálmate, papi. Cálmate. Ay, ay, ay. Shout out to here we go. But yeah, shout out to Cristiano in the chats. Are you playing tomorrow in the Orsasaurus Cup? You better be. I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to casting some Chilean Protoss, papi. Good to see you. Good to see you. And now we are getting ready. Predictions will soon be open in the chats for this final series of the night. As a reminder, of course, after this cast, we're going to be going on, I say a break, we're going to be heading off. I'm going to be getting some rest, and we're going to be back in a couple of hours with the Orsasaurus Cup. That is going to be in 10 hours from this moment, in 10 hours time. So I should be able to get a good, 8 hours or so sleep. Should be able to sleep decently well before we do embrace that. Are getting there. But there we go. It does look like our players, they needed a moment here to kind of get things going, to get vetoes underway, and it looks like we are now ready. We're now ready. But yeah, in 10 hours is going to be the Orsasaurus Cup. It's definitely at a worse time for European fans and European players, so do apologize for that. It's more catered towards the NA time zone and the NA time slots, which is why we should see some Cristiano action in 10 hours. You better be there. El mismísimo, papi. Better see Cristiano, Neo, and all the others as well. Crown. Shaking my head. There we go. So now focusing on our current series, and welcome everyone, welcome to the grand finals of the Wardy TV Monday number 4. It's been an intense tournament so far, and now it comes down to these final 2 players, to 1 Terran and 1 Protoss. And if you are in the chat, predictions. It's prediction time. It's Gamba time. Predictions now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. best of luck. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. What are you going to do in your downtime before you sleep? I will sleep. I see Vainglory in the chat. Seis horas en ladder, papi. No shot, no shot. Oh my god. Now is not the time to ladder. I'm probably just gonna get some food. I'm probably gonna make some ramen, gonna make some instant noodles, get some food, kind of like calm things down, decompress after a day full of casting, and do it all again tomorrow with some more casting. That's usually what I do. Usually. I don't know if I have the mental capacity to ladder at the moment. No shot. Unless you want to see a wall of red right now, it's not gonna happen. But I should be able to ladder tomorrow if you're interested in that sort of thing. Tomorrow after Ursasaurus Cup, I should have time to ladder and stream, so that should be happening after the cast tomorrow. As long as it doesn't go too late, as long as it's not too long. Yo, meanwhile, a shout out to Shiva Blaster in the chat. Ga, papi, ga. Gracias, gracias. Thank you so much for subscribing for 34 months. A long-time supporter of the CranKy Ducklings. Thank you so much, Shiva Blaster. Thank you so much. Do appreciate the support. Hope you enjoy it. Hope you always enjoy the content, the casting, the StarCraft. Thank you, Shiva Blaster. Thank you. Much appreciated. Less than 3. Yeah. Do appreciate the support. Almost 3 years. Almost. You're getting there. Meanwhile, we are going to be settling in. It is going to be a Twilight Council open out of MaxPax. Twilight Council into Blink, and MaxPax, he's known for one thing, really, and one thing only. That is 4-gate Blink Stalker. Does he embrace 4 gateways once again? We saw him take down Oliveira. I mean, actually, the only games that MaxPax won against Oliveira was off of 4-gate Blink. Could do it again here against Clem. Meanwhile, Clem going to be opening up with an economic opener, going for a rack expand. Factory is now done. Starport is on the way behind this. Clem just settling into his own 1-1-1. And the question becomes, how many gateways from MaxPax? 2 gateways so far. He's on 2 gates. Does he throw down another 2? Does he throw down another 2 gates? For now, threatening a shade, trying to get a read what's going on. DT opener. Okay, MaxPax, he's mixing it up. He's like, you know what, Clem, he's too good to 4-gate Blink. Let's go for something different, something spicier. Let's go for the Invisible Man. I mean, they're pretty good. It is going to be Dark Templar for MaxPax. Still threatening shades. Cyclone will finally zone MaxPax away. Then we'll attempt to chase down that Adept. It does break the lock-on. Lock-on gets broken, but alas, won't quite be able to escape. One Adept makes it out. And Clem is in the dark as to what's going on. He has not scattered across the map. He has no idea what kind of build MaxPax is embracing. The Prism is moving out. Poised to warp in those DTs. Adept does scout the army, or at least scouts the Cyclone. The Marines are kept hidden. Oh. And Clem is committing. And what is it to defend? There's 2 Stalkers, there's 1 Adept, there is a shield battery, there is an overcharge. But not many units, and Clem is going for it. He's going for the dive, he's going for the kill. Overcharge gets popped. Despite that, Stalker goes down. Massive pickoff, gets a Stalker. Going for the shield battery as well. Nice juggling here by Clem. He saves the Cyclones, the juggling. Saves the Cyclones, breaks through into the natural. Probes are going down as well. Across the map, DTs are going to be coming in. But there's a DT to defend. Clemmy now knows to save to hold on to those scans. 9 probe kills already, and this could just be game-ending damage. This could just be too much. Boys being pulled in, 13 probe kills. Prism across the map, DTs are getting some damage done. Where's the scan? There's a scan to defend. Oh, but no scan to attack. Yeah, Clemmy doesn't care. He just focuses down as many probes as possible. That's 29 probe kills. And that is game-ending damage. The War Prism does somehow barely survive on 1 HP. Another scan in the main base reveals that Dark Templar 7 SCV kills. That pales in comparison to how much MaxPax has lost. And Clem is still not done. He still has 2 Marines, still wreaking havoc. He's still finding more damage. Going for another probe. Oof. And MaxPax has a lot of recovering to do. No, he's getting another probe kill. Scan in the main. Ooh, meanwhile, that's going to be 8 SCVs here. Denied mining at the natural, getting another 2. Not bad. Another 2 SCVs. The Invisible Man is pretty good. It's pretty good. He gets 10 workers. Now, because of these DTs, it does mean that Clem is stuck on a 1 base economy. Clem has more SCVs. That is true. Clem has more workers, but he can't make use of them. He cannot mine from the natural because of the Dark Templar. So MaxPax is still in this. MaxPax is still in this game. It is not over yet. Raven has arrived. Finally, Clem can saturate the natural. Finally, he can actually mine. And he can stabilize. So the game from here will calm down. Oh god, that Prism's still 1 HP. No shot. Can the one Marine hunt it down? He could. The 1 HP Prism. Army moves out. Archon is morphing in. Clem catching the Archon. The 1 Marine from behind. Let's go. The Medevac. Medevac goes down. Nice pick up. Prism gets away. The Raven is actually staying back at home, not moving out with the main army. Massive tank volleys. Archon comes in. And the Archon does get on top of the tank. Ooh, but the Liberator has arrived, and with the help of the Liberator, it looks like, oh, the tanks are going to fall. Nice clean up here by MaxPax. The juggling. That 1 Prism was the MVP. Very nice defense. Juggling from MaxPax. Able to break through. Ooh, Prism does overextend, but does get away. Very, very close micro there from MaxPax. Does hold, does survive. And because Clem went for that push, Clem, he's in a slightly worse position here. You know, he did kind of throw away a little supply. That was 2 tanks going down and a Liberator as well. I mentioned before that MaxPax was still in this, and MaxPax is now recovering. He's not there yet, but he's getting there. Going to be reinforcing across the map. There is now Sim City, though. Ooh, this natural base is looking very well defended. MaxPax is going to try to commit, but yeah, he thinks better of it. He cannot break this. It's not going to happen. MaxPax bleeding out a couple of gateway units. The Viking will zone away. And the Prism, it looks like it will finally go down. Does get the Raven. Oh, that was a bit of an overextension from Clem. Bleeds out the Raven. The War Prism will be able to get away. Just barely. Prism gets away. A decent trade from MaxPax considering he got the Raven. And now MaxPax is establishing his third. He's establishing his 3rd base. Whew. We can breathe. It's very tense. Very tense couple of minutes there. Start of the game. But now Clem is getting to his 3rd CC. Likewise, MaxPax is getting into his own splash damage. The Bay is just now finishing, getting into Colossus, getting into Disruptors. Once again, Clem is moving out. The aggression does not end. Colossus production is only just now beginning. What is it to defend the 3rd? Oh. MaxPax doesn't really have much of an army. He needs a little bit more time for that Colossus. Clem, he checks for the 3rd. Does find it. Is going to rotate around. Does he go for the 3rd or does he go for the natural? He's going for the natural base. The Colossus will pop out. There is no shield battery. No shield battery in position. No overcharge. Results are going down. Colossus is exposed. No! Oh my god, the juggling. This 1 War Prism is keeping MaxPax in this game. Like, the only reason why MaxPax isn't dead is because of the War Prism. It's crazy. The Prism counterattack with DTs. It juggled the Archons, pulled off an early game defense. Again, very impressive micro there from MaxPax. DT goes down, but MaxPax is still up against the wall. Robo under fire. 2nd Colossus is seconds away from finishing, but it won't. Yeah, just barely won't. Stalker's linking in. GG gets called. It's still just too much, and Clem will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Solid game there out of Clem, but a very impressive defense out of MaxPax. Honestly, a lesser player would have died much sooner. It was crazy what MaxPax was able to accomplish despite having so little to work with. Very impressive defense there by MaxPax. Didn't win him the game, but again, did survive, at least made a game out of it. GG, Clem does take a lead. Now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Wasn't MaxPax down to 8 workers? Not quite. I think it went down to... Was it 20? Was it around 20 probes? He didn't go down to single digit. It's not that crazy. Not that crazy. Here we go. We're now getting into game number 2. Getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the red Protoss player, the Danish Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. Also, I double checked. I think the reason why I assumed 8, it was 18, not 8. So 18 probes. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. We go. Again, Clem does have a lead in the series, but it's a best of 5. Plenty more games ahead of us. Plenty more games to come. And we'll see if we can get a back and forth here. Again, I'm hoping for, a game 4, a game 5. But the pressure is now on MaxPax. Like what someone mentioned before, MaxPax, he's ready, he's fueled up, he just woke up. True. Bright and early in the morning. MaxPax, he's ready for some StarCraft. Well rested. Let's go. So you have MaxPax just trying to delay the expansion. It is an economic go by the Clem, going for a Rax into CC. And the CC's place, it was delayed by a couple of seconds. You saw that Clem, he went up to an excess of 80 minerals. Just a couple of second delay, but is able to throw it down. Is able to place it back at home. MaxPax likewise getting to his own gate cyber expand. Now, last game, as a reminder, was a Twilight Council opener into DTs. This time, what's it going to be? This time, where exactly are we? We could go into DTs again, I guess. I'm not too fond of that. Could go into Blink. If so, 2, 3, 4 Gate Blink Stalkers are all viable. And speaking of, there it is. The Twilight Council has been placed. So I'm assuming Blink, but technically, I guess MaxPax could go for the Dark Templar for a second game. I'm not really fond of going for the same kind of strategy 2 games in a row, but we'll see. We shall see. As MaxPax does poke in, is going to be punished for it though. Takes a lot of damage. We'll get away. Adeptus shade away. Second Adeptus out. Gateway being placed on the low ground. And Clem does avoid the Adepts and is moving out for a scout. Clem trying to get a read on what's going on. We'll get into the natural. Probes, they do miss us around. One probe will barely survive. Does get away. Still gets 1 probe kill. Reaper into the main. Gets behind the mineral line. But won't quite get a full scout. Yeah, the Reaper is cleaned up. At the same time, Clem is distracted. Adepts, they get into the main. 2 SCV kills. Almost a third. Very nice damage by MaxPax. Does distract Clem. And will not quite get another SCV. Will be cleaned up. but Clem is in the dark. I mean, upon seeing the gateway on the low ground, it should be a Twilight Council opener, and we can see extra gates on the way. Clem. MaxPax, what's he going for? What he does best. 4-gate Blink Stalker. Again, it's how he defeated Oliveira earlier. Both games that MaxPax won was off a 4-gate Blink. MaxPax has some of the best 4-gate Blink in the world. And we'll see if he can pull it off against Clem. As Clem initially is being the aggressor. Behind this, going for a Sec Lab, going for his tank production. Clem once again moving out with the initial Cyclone, Hellion, and Marine drop. Stalker count is still a little bit low, but it's getting up there. Getting up to 5 Stalkers. Medevac does slip into the main, does scout the tech. Oh, Cyclone gets caught out. Massive pickoff. Cyclone falls. Not the best start for Clem. Does get into the mid line, does get a handful of workers. Ooh. Yeah, Blink is done, and Clem gets denied. Very nice defense here by MaxPax. Clem did fumble with the Hellion Cyclone. Didn't get much damage in the main. And now MaxPax can counterattack. Back at home, what is it to defend? There's 1 tank in the main. Bunker on the low ground. It's going to be a very, very rough defense here for Clem. Can he pull it off? Pushing forward. Raiding out some shots. Drop is still across the map. More Stalkers are warping in. Now Clem knows what's going on. Is aware. MaxPax goes for the dive. The boys are pre-pulled. And Ash repairs here on the bunker. Clem is holding on. Throws down the auto turret. Black wires drop across the map. Will be depowering some of these gateways. Oh, the juggling. Takes down the gates. Forces the defensive warp in. Trading with the Stalkers. MaxPax threatening the main. But that was the tank. Now it's the second tank on the low ground. MaxPax, he blinks in. Gets the tank. Snipes the first tank. Back at home, MaxPax has defended. Third base getting up and running. MaxPax is going for the main tank as well. Will get it. Extra tank while he's going off. It takes a long time to bring down. Yeah, that was a rough trade for MaxPax. Took a lot of tank shots to the face. Is going to be forced out, but Clem is held. Clem is held. Clem is up in workers. He has another tank in the main. Still has the bunker. Still has, again, left the boys pretty fooled. Bunker still falls, but there's a second bunker anyway. Raven goes down. Not bad. The juggling here by MaxPax. Trading very nicely. Again, the army, it's so battered, it's so bruised, it's so low, but still alive. And MaxPax, as a result, he's so close to breaking Clem. Yeah, the boys, they have to be pulled. The Marauder count is building up. Stim is done. Clem doesn't waste a stim, not yet. Drop into the main. Clem getting pulled apart. And it looks like MaxPax might just have too much. And that's just so many Stalkers. Diving into the main base, denying combat shields. Denies the upgrade, forcing out another stim. MaxPax has to be careful to overextend. Let's get the hell out of here. Get 6 SCVs. Meanwhile, Clem taking a third. He is holding. He's holding on. Stalkers, they threaten the main. Get 2 SCVs. Oh, MaxPax bleeding out a Stalker. Getting his third up and running. Behind this charge, +1. Robotic Space on the way. MaxPax getting into his Colossus. Getting to a longer game state. Clem will eventually expand, but he's not there yet. MaxPax even going for a 4th. Gets into natural, distracts the Marauders. At the same time, Clem, he gets eyes on the 4th expansion. And he does force a recall. MaxPax, he does recall back home. Can he defend? Nice denial. Stalker's in position. Ooh. Medivac's forced back. Clem does save them. And Nice save by Clem. He forces a recall, he denies the expansion, and that means that Clem can expand himself. So the game will continue. MaxPax did do some nice damage. Looking at the trades, he was able to snipe 2 tanks, a good amount of Marines, delayed the upgrades, of course, but didn't do game-winning damage. Now Clem has survived, and now he can embrace a longer game state. As I say that, MaxPax charge is done, he's moving out. Wants to lay siege upon the third. Node bunkers are ready. The observer does see everything. As Max actually tries to pull apart Clem, dropping into the natural. Clem is in position, bleeds out 1 SCV. 4 Prism into the main. Meanwhile, double drop. Ooh, Clem! A little bit uncharacteristic. It looks like he did rally his medevacs into the 4th. Did lose the medevac, did lose his drop. Did lose one and might even lose the other as well, as MaxPax barely does miss it. And MaxPax overshooting. And the game, is, in a way, here is evening up. Clem is on 3 bases, MaxPax on 4, now taking a 5th. Building up his Colossus. He's on 2. Getting to a 3rd. No disruptors yet. Just mass Colossus. Likewise, Clem is embracing Viking production, getting into Ghosts. 4 CCs on the way. Still a very intense game state. Ooh, and nice tank position here. Tank Boy's going up. And MaxPax gets punished. Zealot Runway comes in. Does delay the 4th. Not much more than that. Again, this is such a Marauder heavy composition for Clem. Ooh, takes out the Stalkers. MaxPax face checking with the Blink Stalkers. Not ideal. Clem gaining ground. MaxPax instead getting ready for massive Zealot Run-bys. Goes the natural and the 3rd. Oof. Takes the mine shots to the face. Clem looks like he will defend. Another mine shot to the face as well. The tanks are ready. Oh my god! MaxPax takes everything to the face. The tank shots, the Widow Mines. And he has to back off. Clem takes the supply lead. MaxPax cannot engage. Not like this. He just wasn't expecting the main army to be waiting for him. GT waddling in. MaxPax, again, this time checking with initial Zealot. Let's go. Catching a free tank. Not bad. Tank goes down. DT got spotted. There's another DT waddling in. And Dark Templar, they're split between the bases. But MaxPax, he can't push into this concave. DTs, they hit the natural. Zealots as well. It's getting damage done, forcing Clem to respond. Forcing him to pull back. And 17 SCVs going down. MaxPax pulling Clem apart. These Zealot and DT run-bys are actually... they're winning MaxPax this game. They give him a massive economic lead. The Invisible Man once again. We catch at the Medivacs 1. 2 Medivacs go down. GG gets called. Too many losses, and MaxPax will tab the series 1-1. We have it back and forth. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Clem was torn apart. He could not keep up with those losses. He was losing worker after worker. That was, what, 19 SCV kills? That was brutal. Losing far too many workers. And again, he did lose those drops as well. It was caught out by MaxPax. Just critical damage, too much, too quickly, too soon. And MaxPax ties it up. GG, well played. GG, well played. Oh, I just realized. Atom Mass in the chat. Sorry, I realized that you were crying earlier and you're still balance whining. And I just checked your chat history, and that's actually all that you do. Watch yourself. If that continues, then yeah, you just leave. I just checked. Literally, the only chat messages you leave in our chat is to balance whine about Terran. Oh my god, what a character! So you can do that elsewhere. You can do that like in an ESL chat, in a Wardy chat. You can't do that here though. So just as a heads up, cry somewhere else. As we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. That's what I do best, do it somewhere else. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. As we are going to be settling in and calming things down. Again, we have a back and forth. You do love to see it. It was a very intense game number 2 where MaxPax, he was able to pop off with his initial 4-gate Blink Stalker. It wasn't enough to kill Clem, but it was enough to get him a 4th base. Sorry, to get him a 3rd base, get him his 4th base up and running as well. Despite that, it was still a very tense scenario between MaxPax and Clem. Both players had their own moments, but towards the end there, MaxPax did pop off, did pull Clem apart with the non-stop Zealot and DT harass, and with that, able to take his game and tie up the series. Here we go, we are going to be settling in. As we do have Clem opening up double gas. Going to be a double gas opener into a faster factory. Delayed CC for Clem. Interesting. So Clem is mixing it up here against MaxPax. We did see Clem go for this kind of opener against Nightmare last series, if you do recall. You know, MaxPax opening up, gate, cyber, expand. Let's go. Here we go. Have you seen how Marauders waddle? I think they've had too much to drink. But they're waddling back. We like that. We appreciate that. Ah. Aye, aye, aye. Not like a quack, baby. Quack. As is that factory that we spoke of. And I'm curious if Clem is going to open up Reactored Reaper Hellion. He could go for a Widowmine drop. Could go into Reactored Cyclone production. Clem has options. For now, the first Reaper gets across the map. Scouts his opponent, gets a read in the opener. Ooh, and we do see MaxPax for the first time, not just this series, but for the first time tonight. MaxPax, he opens up not Twilight Council, Stargate. Let's go. It's going to be a Stargate opener. Stargate most likely into Phoenix, could be into Oracle. If we were casting a Korean Protoss, I'd be more leaning towards that direction. But should be Phoenixes into, I imagine, Phoenix Colossus. Now, we spoke about this last series, about how typically, you don't really see Stargate openers unless we're in a larger map, a map like Alkyone, a map like Side Delta, or a map like Amphion, a very defendable map. There's a ramp coming into the natural. The 3rd base is very fortified as well because of the ramp, because of the rocks as well, because you have to mine through minerals to gain access to the location. So we've seen a lot of longer, later games. MaxPax feels safe enough to open up Phoenix. Reaper zips in, gets a probe. And does Clem get into the main base? Looks like he will not. The scout is denied. Across the map at depths, they do wreak havoc in the mineral mine, in the natural. They will delay the CC. But not much more than that. Ooh, getting a Marine, getting 2. 2 Marine kills, very nice. Getting a 3rd Marine as well. Very efficient trades here by MaxPax. And Clem is settling in. We spoke earlier, what was the initial factory-based opener going to lead into? Well, a bit of a kitchen sink. It's going to be 1 Widowmine, it's going to be Cyclone as well, Marines, bit of everything, moving out across the map. And MaxPax doesn't have much to work with because of the Phoenix opener. Drop comes in. Pylon under fire, boys are being pulled. The probes! Up! Oh my god, Marshall goes off on the Phoenix! 1 Phoenix goes down. Massive pickup. And Clem will be able to pick up and get the hell out of there. Very nice trade, getting 2 probes, getting a Phoenix. For what? For 1 Marine. Only one Marine went down. If that. And again, there's the reason why I mentioned how these Phoenixes are a little bit more seen, a little bit more comfortable in larger maps, because in early game aggression, they're a little bit less than ideal. Phoenixes, they can shut down drop play, but again, early game units like this, it can be quite difficult. As Phoenixes, they don't really hit their stride until they mass up. Until they hit critical mass. Then rotating around, catching the Adepts. One Adept goes down. Viking rallying across. Clem's rallying everything across the map. And he knows that MaxPax is vulnerable, but there is a shield battery, there's an overcharge, and an Immortal on the way. Once the Immortal pops out, MaxPax should be okay. Should be safe. Overcharge gets popped. Mind Shield takes out the Adept. When the Widowmine is even saved, Clem! Widowmine is on 1 HP! Did on borrow in time, did save it. Very nicely done. Tank has arrived as well. Clem just not letting up whatsoever. Trying to break MaxPax here and now. MaxPax trying to catch reinforcements. And we'll find some Marines. Marines are going down. Overcharge on cooldown. Immortal under fire. But it looks like there aren't enough Marines here to really sustain. Yeah, MaxPax, he will break out. He shuts down the tank. Comes in from behind. And MaxPax holds. Bleeds out a Stalker. But he will shut this down. And now suddenly Clem is in trouble. That was a big commitment. Looking at the assault side with Clem, he lost 2 Vikings, he lost a Cyclone, a tank, a medevac as well. That was a big investment for not much. Was just trading with the army. And now Clem is stuck on the back foot. Clem is now stuck at home. He is contained, and MaxPax is free to expand and take a third. Third base is being taken. Colossus production has begun. Extended double lance on the way. Now MaxPax, he's free to take up, be a little bit greedy, taking his third, getting to a Twilight Council, Forge, upgrades. MaxPax, there's nothing really threatening him to force him to warp in and to be on top of his warp-ins as well. He can just tech. So a very comfortable position here for MaxPax. And Clem is building up. That's a lot of Vikings. Building up his Vikings, getting into combat shields, +1. The amount of 1 HP unit saves this tournament is crazy. It is. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Clem does get eyes on the third base location, is aware of the saturation as well. And there's a lot of pressure on Clem to make something happen with this army. The Observer spotted. Oh, never mind. The Observer does spot the main army, does spot the move outs. MaxPax getting in position. Is ready for this. And I'm not so certain here that Clem can actually make this work. We'll knock down the Rooks at least. And has MaxPax been too greedy? Phoenixes are coming from behind. Again, MaxPax, he's been taking, just now delaying his production, delaying his gateways. Colossus from behind. With the Vikings, they will be able to shut down the Colossus. Massive pickoff. Yeah, 1 Colossus falls. Overcharge runs out. Gets shut down, and MaxPax is getting caught with his pants down. Yeah, a little bit too greedy. The middle line is going to fall. Phoenixes are harassing across the map, but it does not matter. As Clem has broken the third base. A very chaotic game state. Does catch some tanks. Not bad. MaxPax cleans up the tanks, cleans up the reinforcements, going for the mineral line as well, trading a base for a base. The third for the third. Oh, the SCVs. SCVs do try to get away. Third base going down. MaxPax taking a fourth. Bold move. But Clem does race back home with at least the Vikings. Ooh, massive tank voice going off. Getting so many Stalkers. And Clem is going to chase this down. Okay. Calms down, he backs off. Clem defends back at home. Gets a kill on the third. Clem is unaware of the 4th base. He's a bit of a ninja. MaxPax will clean this up. Links forward, shuts down the tanks, cleans up the army. But Clem still has the army lead. Doesn't know about the expansion yet, though. If only he knew, Clem would have shut this down. Stepping on forward, gets eyes on some of the workers. A little bit suspect. Spotting those probes. The probe coming back in as well. But they could have just been hidden probes, just kind of rallying back. So Clem, he rotates. He's looking for the 3rd base. Looking for the expansion. He missed it. Leading out a tank. You see, yeah, Clem, he's looking. He's looking for the base. Doesn't find the Nexus. Stalkers, they come in from behind. They get the tank. Tank goes down. But GG gets called. It's still just too much. It was impressive play there by MaxPax, but Clem will take a 2-1 lead. Whew. GG. MaxPax, he was fighting his heart out. He was harassing across the map. He was able to deny the 3rd base, catching some tanks. But alas, MaxPax was a little bit too greedy. We mentioned it at the time. After MaxPax's initial defense, when he shut down the 1st wave of tanks, we spoke about, oh, MaxPax, now he can take a 3rd, and now he can tech, which is exactly what he did. He wasn't really expecting Clem to be that aggressive and that assertive. Because of that, MaxPax didn't really have much of an army. Because he was teching, he was investing in upgrades, he was investing in Blink, investing in +1, investing in his economy, and he was skipping warpins. At the time, I was like, yeah, he can afford to skip warpins, it's fine. It was not fine. It was not fine, Pop. It was not fine. Clem did snowball out of control and was able to catch MaxPax with his pants down. GG. GG, well played. MaxPax just not really expecting that kind of committed move out. And with that, Clem will take a lead. And is 1 game away from claiming the entire series. Meanwhile, MaxPax has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. We'll see if he can. See if he can. Here we go. Now we're getting ready for that next game. But it looks like our players are asking for a moment. Looks like our players are asking for a couple of minutes here. I don't blame them. It's been a very intense series, and it's been a back and forth as well. So our players, I do need a break. Oh. Before we get into our next game. And ideally, we would have an ace match, but we'll see. We'll see if we can get there. Looks like our next game is going to be on Alcyone. And again, you also saw just how risky it can be to open up Stargate like that, to open up Phoenixes. Again, you are vulnerable to early game aggression, and Clem, he was as aggressive as you can be. Like, he was just constantly in the face of MaxPax. So I imagine, despite us loading into a larger map, we could just see MaxPax opening up Blinkstalker again. Just to be safe. Just to be safe. Just open up Blinkstalker. Not take a risk. Not against Clem. We'll see. We shall see as our players are back, and we're getting ready for game number 4. Let's go. Go. As you can hear the beeps, we're getting into that 4th game. Again, Clem just needs 1 more to be our champion this week. Otherwise, MaxPax has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. And I'm hoping for a game 5. I'm hoping for an ace match, regardless of how this goes. Let's find out. Let's find out if we get there. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. Up against the wall, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player, representing Team Liquid, the current reigning world champion, and one game away from becoming this week's WarTV Monday champion himself as well. It is Clem. And this I was not quite expecting. MaxPax opening up with some cheese with a proxy. The pylon has been placed, and MaxPax, he's ready for the proxy gate. Now, this might be... Oh no. Clem with the SCV Scout barely does miss the proxy. Does skirt around the edge of the map. And going for what looks to be an eBay block. Little does he know that MaxPax is setting up for that gateway. Second probe being sent out as well. SCV coming in. The probe is on it. Looks like the eBay won't get too much progression on it. We'll see. MaxPax is going to tase away. Now with this proxy gateway, this should just be proxy zealots into, I imagine, Stalker Adept. Isn't an all-in, is just a way to get some economic damage done early on. Speaking of economic damage, the eBay does force 4 probes off the mineral line and will delay the natural and mining. Meanwhile, there's our first zealot. Zealot's on the way. Meanwhile, we do have a faster factory-based opener from Clem. Yeah, racks into factory because of the eBay block. Ideally, the Zealot was designed to delay the expansion and delay the CC. We'll see if he can, though. As we do have a second Zealot in production. Okay. Second Zealot's on the way. Clem just has the initial Marine to work with. Going for the CC on the high ground, playing it safe. Setting up for the add-on swap. Continuing Marines, as Zealot is revealed, and now Clem is aware of what's going on. Boys are being pulled, can repair the reactor, and Clem should be safe and sound, at least until the Stalker arrives. Stalker is being chronoed out. Stalker's on the way. With that, of course, MaxPax can focus on the SCVs. Oh. Not just the SCVs and Marines as well. The Marines getting very low. Yeah, one Marine does fall, but Clem is holding. Behind this, Cyclone's about to arrive. The Cyclone will completely shut this down, and MaxPax has to back off. Behind this, MaxPax going for a Robo opener. Very interesting. Now, with a faster Robo, you can rush into a faster Colossus. True. You can rush into Colossus production, be very defensive, get an early game Immortal as well, just to be safe. But typically, a Robo does indicate just a more defensive build and a more defensive style. More so than a Twilight Council. We'll see if that's the case here for MaxPax. Oh! He does trade out with the army. Cyclone getting very low. Clem does have to back off. The armies do trade. CC is now done. Second Cyclone has arrived. Again, Clem should still be secure. Now on 2 Cyclones. Now, I was curious what the first unit was going to be, if it was going to be an Observer, an Immortal, or Warp Prism. We see here the Prism is on the way, and MaxPax with this can harass across the map. Dive into the main, get into a mineral line. Oof. As the armies do trade, let's go. 2 Stalkers for 1 Cyclone. Another Cyclone has arrived. These are expensive losses from MaxPax, though. That's 3 Stalkers going down. The gateway as well. And I do worry for MaxPax. This Prism, it has to keep Clem back at home. Has to keep him busy. Stalkers are warping in. Meanwhile, Clem opening up. Ooh, I assumed Banshee, but looks like he has changed his mind. Getting into Stim instead. The gateway gets cleaned up, and MaxPax is going for the main. He's going for the mineral line. Rushing towards that main base. Meanwhile, back at home, what do we have to defend? We have an Immortal in production and 2 Stalkers now warping in. The shield battery in an overcharge. And Clem is forced back. He's forced back home. Nice counterattack here by MaxPax. Does delay the move out. Picks off 2 Marines. Oh. And does buy him time. Does buy time for Immortals for our next step, our next tech. It's not going to be the Bay, it's not going to be Colossus. Instead, Twilight Council into, I imagine, Blink. Now, what's concerning to me, of course, is it's going to be very late Blink. Like, the Stalkers are going to be vanilla, they're going to be without Blink for quite some time. And there is a window of opportunity for Clem, as Stim is almost done. MaxPax dropping back into the main. Again, ideally just keeping Clem busy. Gets to SCVs. Up! The Marines! Flanking Marines come into the Prism. The Prism goes down. This time it does not escape. Oh, that was a massive pickoff. Yeah, the Stalkers, there's no way out of this. They cannot escape. Not anymore. They are locked in. At the same time, MaxPax hits a natural, trading whatever he can. Nice recall. Saving a Stalker. Getting 5 SCV kills. But the Immortal has overextended, and this feels like a little bit too much. Yeah, too many losses. Clem can now break free. There's no War Prism to keep him pinned back at home. There's nothing to defend. There's only 1 Sentry, 1 Zealot, and another War Prism. Immortals on the way, and here comes Clem. Again, it's been a very chaotic game, very kind of awkward kind of early game here from MaxPax and Clem. But Clem is looking to snowball out of control. He has arrived. Shield battery is not ready. Nice force fields. They do buy some time, but it's not going to be enough. GG gets called, and Clem will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Wardy TV Monday champion. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very interesting game and a very interesting build towards the end there by MaxPax. Did open up with the proxy gateway, wasn't quite worth it in the end. Did follow it up with some War Prism harass, which had potential. Unfortunately, Clem was able to just collapse on that War Prism, was able to shut it down, did come with a flank. Once the War Prism fell, that was game then and there. That was the only thing keeping Clem at home. Without it, Clem, he was free to do as he pleased, to move out across the map, to end the game. Congratulations here, Clem. He will claim it once again. We'll take down MaxPax, but shout out to MaxPax for making it to the finals, for making it all the way here to this best of 5. Very well done. It wasn't an easy road. MaxPax, he took down Kior, Creator, and Oliveira. Went all the way to the ace match against Oliveira as well, so it was a very close series, very close matches. Very well done. Shout out here to MaxPax. May have gone down to Clem, but Clem is the best player in the world, so I mean, yeah, what do you expect? it's fine, it's fine. It's all good. No shame in going down to Clem is what I should say. No shame. GG, well played. And with that, congratulations to our top 4. Congratulations to Clem for taking first place, MaxPax alongside Nightmare and Oliveira for the top 4 placing players. And with that, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. When it comes to the future of the Wardy TV Monday, actually, I might just slip into some DMs. I'm gonna slip into some DMs because I believe the first 4 editions. Okay, there we go. I have confirmation. The first 4 editions were confirmed at the start of the season, and I just asked Wardy, and yes, looks like Wardy has confirmed up to 8 weeklies. So all the way up to number 8 is confirmed here. So we're going to be back next week with our next Wardy TV Monday. A big shout out to Wardy, of course, for funding the event and making the event a reality as well. Big shout out to Wardy. Big shout out to, of course, all the community members for stepping up and for filling the shoes of EPT in the absence, in the off season. So much love to Wardy. Likewise, a lot of love for allowing us to jump in as a side stream as well. So, or as a community stream. So big shout out to Wardy. And if you are unsatiated, if you want some more StarCraft, then I believe there's going to be another tournament, another cast in a couple of hours. There's going to be the KSRS, sorry, or the KSRC, I believe. The Kalaris Steadfast Rody Cup, there you go, in an hour. It's going to be in 1 hour's time. That's a little bit more European focused, a little bit more European friendly. And I would imagine that Clem and Max Packs are going to sign up, and Clem and Max Packs are going to play again. So, so if you are unsatiated, if you want some more Clem versus Max Packs, they will most likely face off in an hour in another tournament. So tune in for that. They'll also most likely stay awake and play in another tournament after that like they did last week. They most likely will stay up for the Ursasaurus Cup. If you're curious, the next cast on this channel on the CranKy Ducklings is going to be in 9 hours. In 9 hours time, we're going to be live with the Ursasaurus Cup. That is another open tournament, more friendly towards the NA time zone, but is open to all regions. As a result, some players that wake up later in the day, like Clem and Max Packs, they can stay up until 4, 5, 6 a.m. in the morning playing StarCraft. They're used to it. They like it. They like it. So they will most likely pull a marathon there and keep things going. So do look forward to it. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do appreciate the support. Do appreciate it. Gracias, late crow. Gracias, late criminals. Another tournament? We won't be casting the KSRC. We won't be casting that. I would like to sleep at some points. We could try and cast, but it would also just ruin me completely. It's not good. Not ideal. Yeah. So we have to sleep at some point, and we usually sleep during the European events. So I'm going to be getting some rest, and we'll be back in 9 hours time with our next cast. That is going to be our next cast. Again, I should also be laddering after the cast tomorrow as well, if you're interested in that sort of thing. If you want to see me smudge on the ladder, you can tune into that as well. Like in, I guess, what, 15 hours time or something? I don't know. Stop sleeping. True. Otherwise, thanks so much. Likewise, if you want to follow the CranKy Ducklings, if you want to tune into some more of our broadcasts, you can do so via Instagram, Twitter, Facebook as well. All things CranKy Ducklings. I got you covered. Bam, there you go. ! Social in the chat. You can follow us. We post whenever we go live. Again, we do typically cast on a daily basis, sometimes multiple times a day. But during the off season, we have some free days. We've had some extra free days because there's no WTL, there's no Kung Fu Cup, so some extra days off where we've been filling those shoes with the Pondcast, for example. We've been hosting the Pondcast, we've been streaming some other games on other channels, just enjoying kind of the off season as well, kind of taking it a little bit easier than we usually do, but still casting as often as we can. still a lot of casting on the channel. Still a lot of casting. Let's go. Likewise, you can help support us on Patreon if you wish. ! Patreon in the chat. You can see our current Patreon right under Max Packs' name. You can see it up right under there. How much we currently make and what our next goal is. Our Patreon is set up to fund our tournaments. So if you want to help support tournaments like Sea Duckling Open, Master Swan Open, and Sparkling Tuna Cup as well, you can do so via Patreon to help boost the prize pool and spread the love a little bit more if you're interested. If you want to help support those tournaments. Otherwise, you can subscribe or you can just follow, as we're live here on here on Twitch and on YouTube as well. We're live on both platforms. VODs are available instantly on YouTube if you're interested, so you can check us out there if you want to tune in the VODs. There are VODs available on Twitch as well, but YouTube is a little bit better for VODs, so it's there if you wish. Otherwise, thank you for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow morning for the Ursasaurus Cup. Until then, thanks for watching. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. I don't know who's live at the moment, but we can definitely send everyone over in a certain direction. Who's live? Who's playing StarCraft, more importantly? Sal is playing Zelda. Rushy's playing Stormgates. Mr. Sadsack is playing Deadlock. Is anyone playing StarCraft? What's going on? Let's see. Who do we have? We'll find someone. We'll find someone to raid. So give them a chance, give them some love. Smile is streaming, so we can send people over to Smile. He is a Peruvian Terran player. He's a llama. He's a fellow llama. Nice guy. Give him some love, give him some support. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, thanks for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.